Hey, what is going on, going up? You know, it all seems to work. I am super excited and honored to be back with everybody. I said we were going to have a 55-minute break, but I forgot to add something into a list. But I didn't forget because I wanted to have a surprise here because we have a living legend hanging out with us this afternoon. This is a man that is dedicated to his faith, he is dedicated to his family, but he is also dedicated to his fitness. There was a photo that was taken, I want to say a month or two ago. At first, I thought it was AI generated. And I actually messaged him because I wasn't sure if this was AI as I stated. And let me tell you, folks, it was not AI generated. John Lester was out in the freezing weather, in shorts, in a hoodie. He had icicles hanging from his nostril and his beard because he was out there exercising and training. And this is a man that's built off of the resilience and the strength. And I am extremely grateful because, as we saw before, we saw Michael Faber. And Michael was the one that introduced me to John two summits before this one. And I am truly grateful for that because I stated earlier, I am a Christian man and my core values is built into the faith, in my faith in Jesus Christ. That's our number one core value. And that aligns perfectly with what John brings to the table with a lot of amazing souls here that are a part of the green and black. And I am extremely honored and excited that John is back. And with that being said, bro, the summit is yours.
Oh man, David, thank you so much for that intro. Always, every time you seem to like up your game on the intro. It's like make me blush. You done this thing, and I mean, yeah, the good old frosty beard. You got to love those things in the winter. It can get cold up here in Vermont. I mean, we're talking -10, -20. If I wasn't so stubborn, I wouldn't run outside in that weather. But when I first got started running, it's like I did this challenge in May in 2022. It was a 5K a day in May, right? I saw this thing out there. I'm like, oh, I could try that. I've never done that before. So you complete the month, and it's like, what are you gonna do the next day? Well, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna keep running. And then it's like it becomes a game with yourself. Like, how long can you make this last? And now it's to the point where I'm just so stubborn that it doesn't matter what the weather's doing. I'm going outside and running at least a 5K just to say I've done it because I can't let this streak end. And it still hasn't. So yeah, no, you're going to get frosty beer photos in the winter as much as Mother Nature likes to smite Vermont. There's actually snowing today on April 7th. We had a couple inches of snow up here, which it should not be allowed. Winter is bipolar. But anyway, it is, I could digress all day long on that, but man, I am so stoked to be here. I've always enjoyed being on here. Like you said, first and foremost, because it's just an amazing group of people who get on and share. And I'll be honest, I teach all day long, so I don't get a chance to really catch them at live, but I get to go back and watch them. And it is incredible to hear the stories, to hear just everybody's situations that they've gone through and the way they persevered and overcome. And honestly, that's what keeps bringing me back every single time you offer the summit to me, is a chance to be a part of this. So I really just appreciate you and everybody for being raw, being transparent, being vulnerable, allowing yourself that capacity, because not a lot of people do. So that is something that I really love, is when people are transparent and raw and real. And that's what I hope to bring to you guys today. And so I want to start with this. So, I mean, I know what the theme was going in for today, and I was thinking about, some of the things that have happened in my life. And I was thinking about this time, and I think some of you might be able to relate to this. Like, some of you in here might know exactly what it feels like to sit in your car a little longer before going inside. Like, how many times have you ever just sat in your car a little bit longer, right? Just because once you walk in to that house, you feel it, right? And if you've ever dealt with, I know this one's dealing a little bit sometimes with loss and whatnot, you feel the silence, you can feel the absence, you can feel the empty chair, you can feel just the spirit and the vibe of the person's not there. And there's this question that doesn't get said out loud, which is, how am I supposed to live without them, whoever that is, right? And that's where I really want to just meet everybody today, is not at the finish line, not at some, polished work of healing or certain spot that you're in, but at really what this event calls base camp. Because I know we talked a lot about base camp. And that's really where I want to meet people today. Because honestly, I did not learn grief from a book. I know they make books on grief. I did not learn how to deal with grief through a book. I learned it through watching one of the most important people in my life slowly disappear. And of course, you hear the word slowly disappear and you're like, so, okay, what does that mean? Well, my grandmother wasn't just my grandmother. She was a very massive part of my life. As some of you know from watching my previous, summits, it's like I grew up in a broken home, no father in the picture. My mom did an incredible job. She was a single mom, played both roles. She was great. She fought for us. She loved us. She showed up every single day. But my grandmother, my mom's mom, she was always there too. She was 6.5 miles down the road. She was the steady one. She was the constant. She came to every game that I played in. I played on all the sports. She came to every game. She was at every moment. Anything we needed, financially, whatever. My mom, when she was going back to school to become an educator when I was in middle school, and she was trying to figure out how to put food on the table, she was there. Anything we ever needed, support, to watch me, whatever it was, my grandma was there. Not just for me, but for her. She really helped carry the weight. And this is a woman who spent 40 years as a nurse at a VA hospital, who had scoliosis so bad that she was literally hunched over. She was once 5'7", and all I remember from growing up with her was that she was about 4'10", because her hump was so severe from the scoliosis that she experienced. I mean, if you ever saw her X-ray, it would make a lot of people cry because it is a gigantic S at some pretty steep angles. But that was just a part of my gram. That's just who she was. And as a kid, you don't always realize what it means in the moment. But honestly, looking back now, she wasn't just helping. She was really shaping of who I was going to become. That's really, I didn't know it at the time. I just thought it was really cool to go to my grandma's, chill with her dogs, play with them on the floor, this and that. But, you know, it meant more than I ever know, especially now looking back, especially since her passing about 4 years ago. So it's about 4 years ago when everything changed. She started to decline. Um, it was at first it was the small things, and we just kind of attributed it to her getting old. She's forgetting small details. Maybe starting to repeat herself a little bit. And I was like, well, whatever. It took her a little longer to get out of the driveway because even at the age of 81, she was still driving a stick shift. That's right. She only would drive stick shifts because that's the way she rolled. Uh, but then it wasn't small anymore. It came fast. Honestly, too fast. She went from that woman that I knew so well, that was such an integral part of my life, to a person that I barely recognized, and honestly barely recognized me. And if you've ever walked through just, somebody in your life who's battled with Alzheimer's or dementia, this. It's not just losing them once. It's losing them over and over again. It's seeing them one day where they recognize who you are and you're having good conversations about what the kids are doing or this or that. And it's the next moment them asking, did I see you the other day? When's the last time I saw you? What was going on? You watch pieces of them disappear, their memory, their personality, just their presence. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. And that's honestly the hardest thing, is that you see the disease taking its effect and there's absolutely zero that you can do. And so this happened, is actually, I said 4 years ago, but it's actually longer, because this actually hit. It's amazing now. It's actually been 6 years, because it hit during COVID. So of course this happens while the world is essentially shut down. And that honestly made everything heavier, because while she was being transported to care facilities and this and that, and you're trying to go visit your loved ones, you couldn't just be there. You couldn't sit with them. You had to wear these masks and these suits and these things just to be around them. You couldn't hold their hand or get near them the way that you wanted to. You couldn't show up the way that they had shown up for you. And that really hurt. It's like in a time where you could tell that she was battling in her mind so much. And this was a woman who openly said if she ever lost her mind, she wanted you to take her out back and put her out of her misery. I mean, that's the kind of humor that she had. Was she never ever wanted to lose her mind, because she dealt with it with her dad and she saw what it did. And she's like, if I ever get to that point, I really don't want to live. And you could tell that she was battling with this because there were moments of clarity and moments of just darkness. And you want to show up for them the way that she showed up for me. And I just couldn't. And honestly, that's something that really, really stuck with me. But I remember the moment when I went in, I think it was our second or third visit, and she didn't know who I was. And that was hard because like she was such an integral part of my life. Like when I say like we were close, I mean I would see her 4 to 5 days a week growing up, from birth until she passed when I was 30. So for this person who's such an integral part of your life to not even recognize you, I don't think you can fully explain that feeling unless you've lived it. This woman who helped raise me, knew everything about me. She looked at me like I was a stranger. She looked at me with confusion in her eyes. Like, are you one of the nurses? She asked me that one time, like, are you one of the nurses here to help me? And I'm like, it honestly broke me. Like at first, I mean, I was like, no, Graham, it's me, it's Jonathan, and this and that. And it was a moment that I knew that it was honestly just one of the hardest moments I ever had to walk through. So, and I'll probably get a little emotional at this because it is hard. But, you know, having to say goodbye was hard. But it was hard standing next to that bed. It was hard praying over her one last time. And honestly, praying that she would go, praying that her pain could be gone, her confusion, you could tell, like, just mentally, she wasn't there anymore. And it's like, I don't want to see you live like this anymore. And it was hard. But, here's what I came to realize is that, like, she wasn't just gone. I was asking for her to be free. Free from the confusion, free from the fear, free from becoming something she always said she never wanted to become. And I remember driving home that day from the hospital. It was like a 45-minute drive. I called my mother first and I was like, just a bucket, because I knew the end was close. But driving home, I had a different kind of peace. Not perfect peace by any means, but enough to breathe again because I knew that it was going to set her free. And, like when we talk about base camp, and I want to talk about that for a minute because I love just the theme that David put together. Base camp is really where you strengthen, but not the way that the world talks about strength. Because you think about strength, you think about, David talked about my fitness. I teach phys ed and health all day long. People think strength and they think about those kids that are benching weights. They think about those kids that are lifting heavy things, but that's not real strength. I mean, it is real strength when you think about it literally, but in this context, I would like to challenge it and say that's not real strength. Real strength is honesty. It's saying this sucks. This hurts. It's saying I wish I had more time, and I do. I wish I could have gone in there every single day to be with her. I wish I had more, and I wish I did more. All those days where maybe I was like 12 or 13-year-old looking to be with my friends, and my grandma's like offering us to come down to dinner, and I was like, no, I want to go spend time with my friends. You don't realize it until it's gone. I think because a lot of us carry regret and grief. Things that are left unsaid, the moments we wish we could just redo. But here's what I had to learn. You don't actually get to honor someone by sticking in regret. Because now that she is gone, it's like I have an opportunity to honor her with my life. But if I get stuck in regret, I'm not. You honor them by just how you move forward. And it was working through this part, and I know everybody grieves differently and everybody goes through the stages differently. But when I was working through this, something shifted. I became awake. You know, Not to fake positivity, but to this truth, like you're still here, my heart's still beating, which means my story is not finished. Okay. My grandmother's life woke me up to something powerful, and that was this idea that legacy matters, not someday, not when you retire, but right here in the now. Because what I realized was that she didn't just impact me, her life actually flows through my mom, me, my kids. Even though she didn't get to know them super long, my son was 4, my daughter was 2 when she passed. My daughter sleeps in her bed frame. We took her bed frame that was custom made for her 35 years ago. We took that on. And yeah, we laugh about it because it's like, but it's little things, right? Because some people are like, oh my gosh, you sleep in the same bed she had. It's like, well, it's not weird like that. It's like, we basically just repurposed it. It's little things like that. We laugh about the fact that she used to keep money in her freezer. You could always find a crisp $20 bill in her freezer. Never, I don't know why she always did it, but she did it. And it sounds small, but those little things, it's those little things that stick with you because they become anchors. They're reminders that they were real, that they mattered, and that they're still with you in ways that you maybe don't expect. And then I look around, and I was looking around remember at her memorial service, and I was surprised and shocked to see not only the number of people that showed up, but how many other people felt this too. How many other people had stories that I didn't know about? I thought I knew my grandmother really well, but there were sides of her that I had never seen. And these people were experiencing the same ache, the same love, the same loss. And it was in that we were able to unite. Because here's the difference with grief. Grief wants you to isolate. Grief wants you to take it all in yourself and bear it all yourself and do all these things. It'll convince you that nobody understands. But when you have connection, when you're able to unite, that's what brings honestly you back to life. And that allows that person's legacy to continue on. So, my message to those watching this is like, if you're here today and honestly, if you're carrying around grief, which is fine. We all do. Like I said, we all handle it in different ways, shapes, and forms in different times. There's no timetable to grief. There's no timeline to it. There's no right way to handle it. You can read books on it, but guess what? That's somebody's interpretation of it. Until you go through it, you just don't know. But I want you to hear this. Like, you don't have to rush healing. You don't. Don't rush it. You don't have to pretend that you're okay. It's okay. Like, again, it's been 6 years and I'm still a basket case sharing this story. And I was surprised. And I was like, oh, I'm going to tell the story today. It's going to be fine. I get to the moments in my brain and it feels just as real today as it did 6 years ago. Like, it's okay. Like, you don't have to pretend that you're okay. But you also don't have to stay stuck. Because honestly, I think the greatest way that you can honor the people that you've lost is not just necessarily holding on to the pain forever, but it's carrying forward what they gave us. It's my grandmother's love. It's her values. It was her presence. It's her legacy. So we get to choose, right? We choose. Not easily sometimes, but intentionally we get to choose to live forward. And it's like, that's the way I try to choose to live with my gram and her memories every single day, is like trying to take some of the things about her and her legacy and live it forward through myself and my kids and the generational impact that it has. And it's a reminder to me of like, what do I want my life to look like? What do I want my legacy to be? Because, her love was never the mistake, right? I think sometimes we feel that way, but love was the gift, and I think the people that we love deeply, I think that they deserve to live deeply too, so that's just my final plug on that. Like I said, I just wanted to share that story with everybody today. If you have questions, comments, concerns, thoughts on it, let me know. But that's what I got, David, on this one.
I absolutely love it, dude. My grandmother and I were extremely close. All of us, the four of us, my older cousin Missy and her brother Holt and my brother and I. Oh boy, there are so many memories that we have with Grammy, as we called her, and pop ups. Um, Me as a kid living in Naples, Florida, when my two older cousins and my brother would climb up the trees in Naples, downtown Naples, Florida, to go pick the peaches out of the tree. They never let me do it because back in those days I was a little bit fragile because I had open heart surgery. And so my grandfather and my cousin Missy, who is more than just a cousin, she was a protective older sister, now more so than ever, was always something I cherished with my grandparents. And we did something earlier today that resonated with a lot of the VIP members and the speakers. And I want to bring it back really briefly with you and probably throughout the next 2 days. it sounds like you were very close with your grandmother, um, and that's a beautiful thing. Grandmas are very special. What's one of your favorite memories with your grandma growing up?
Oh man, there were there were so many. Um, there were really so many. I'm trying to think of one of the favorites that we had. Honestly, one of my favorite memories is just every summer she owned a camp on a lake next to the border of Canada, and every summer we would spend a couple weeks up there, just disconnected from the world, disconnected from life, and it was really just family time. We got to swim, we got to play with the dogs, we got to do puzzles. Like she was a big puzzle person, and like we would just put together puzzles to no end. Um, it was honestly just a highlight of my summer and of my year every year growing up, but just going up there to Lake Averill and just being with her and with family and things like that. So that's probably my one of the greatest memories I have. But there were so many. There were so many good ones.
That's amazing. Um, well, Deb beat me to what I was going to say here. She's pretty lightning fast when it comes to raising hands and stuff here. It's like I don't even think she uses the button anymore. I think she just goes, nah, and the computer is like AI or something and makes her hand go up. But I was going to hand this over to our VIP room and our VIP guests and our wonderful, amazing speaker slash family. What you got for us, Deb?
Gratitude. Uh, so much gratitude, John, for sharing your grandma with us. What's grandma's name?
Her name, well, I always called her grandma, but she went by Patricia.
Patricia. Thank you, Grandma Patricia. Gratitude for David, as always, for pulling us all together for this amazing base camp. And John, as you were talking, I was feeling almost a symbiotic tug. While my grandma Lil didn't have dementia, she was the first really close relative that passed, and I had made it all the way into freshman year of college. And when I went home for the holidays, she was hospitalized. Long story short, I go in there, and while she didn't have dementia in any way, her teeth were out, her hair was unkept, she's wearing a hospital gown. This wasn't Grandma Lil, who was always put together. And I couldn't make myself go back. I was going to say that it took me years to forgive myself. Maybe I haven't yet. Anyway, real strength is honesty. Thank you for yours.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you for sharing that. And maybe here in the near future, you can come to that moment. And if you need help, you know I'm here. And everyone here is here for you. Anybody else? Go ahead, Ash.
John. I just want you to know that I hear you and I see you. I lost my grandma to something other than dementia, but she got it the last 6 months of her life, and I was her caregiver. And that is something that I wouldn't wish on anybody, because it is that you see the person, but that's not the person that you knew and loved, right? And you have this utmost respect for this person, and their entire personality changes almost overnight. My grandma didn't get far enough in it before she passed where she was forgetting me, but she was forgetting who she was, and she was seeing people, and it was this very weird experience that we were all going through together. And she became younger mentally, not physically though. And so she would walk without her walker, and she had been using a walker for like 12 years, and like, so all the things, right? But I just want you to know that I see you and I understand you, because I know the pain that that causes, when you have to kind of witness that and walk through that journey with them to the end. So thank you for sharing, because it's something that only a few of us understand on that level and have close experiences with it. So I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thank you, Ash. Tish, what you got?
Dear John, my oh my, you kind of took the breath away from me. Losing a loved one is tough. Watching a loved one suffer and then losing them, I just tell God, I'm just so fucking mad at you because this is just not fair. Just take them. My mother had emphysema, which turned into COPD, and her last days, she was hallucinating because of the lack of oxygen. And the medical staff told all of the siblings, me and all of the siblings and my father, that that's what was going on, and just play with it. Just play with it. And what was so cool about that, and I know this sounds really bizarre, but what was so cool about that is that my mother was very theatrical. She yodeled. She would dress up to scare the kids on Halloween. She was so much fun. And to be able to do that with her right before she passed, I again, it sounds very morbid, but it's like, wow, that's really who she was, not what was laying in the hospital bed. And she spoke about Paris, France. Now, who knows if my mother ever went to Paris, France? I don't know. But she had these Eiffel Tower Avon cologne bottles. And she talked about Paris. And let me tell you, I went to Paris. I went to the Eiffel Tower. I stood there with Mom's Avon bottle and said, here's to you, Mom. And the legacy of family, grandmother, I could tell you stories about lots of folks that I've been caretakers for. Honoring their life in their death is challenging, rewarding. With my mom, it was fun. Again, I know that sounds crazy. And we are here on this earth to do that. And yes, we get angry at God. We get angry at anybody and everybody. And we learn and to partner with that memory. God bless you, John, because when you talked about your grandmother, my father's mother, she was crazier, Looney Tunes, just so much fun. And thank you, because I only experienced one grandmother. And thank you for sharing her with us. And my given name is Patricia, so I know she was a damn saint and good woman.
Tish, I love you. You're awesome. John, gotta thank you, bro. Thank you for coming back. And I am so freaking grateful that we were able to get this time slot figured out, because you and I were working our butts off last night to get this worked out. And I am really grateful. And, you know, it is definitely a gift from God that when May reached out to me yesterday and said that her work scheduled an emergency meeting, we had to bump her up by a couple of hours, that it opened up this time slot so that we could make this work. And I am truly grateful for that. So thank you once again for joining the summit and being a part of this. It's probably going to be a little bit longer than 2 months until we do our next one. I've got something coming up on Monday that requires my attention to do some physical exercise and take care of my health. That needs to get some things fixed from an accident that happened 4 years ago. So I'll be under commission for a little while, but Austin will be handling everything. I'll still be involved, but he'll be answering questions and all that good stuff. It's nothing serious or anything like that. It's just rebuilding a shoulder and stuff like that. So I'll be in touch for the next one, and we are going to bring it over to another living legend. This is a beautiful young lady that I mentioned earlier that looks absolutely freaking adorable when she has a motorcycle helmet on, because you're seeing this smile right now, because I think she's with a gentleman. I don't know who this guy is, but I have a feeling he's a interest of some sort within her life. But when you look at this woman in this motorcycle helmet, you see the cheeks, you see the rosiness on the cheeks, and Martha has a smile that just brightens up the room. She has this energy level that just raises everybody up. Like, if there's anybody in the MBM family, the Unleashing Out family, that can physically lift a mountain without even using physical strength or arms, it's Martha Kratawi, because she has that energy. She has that smile. And I want to challenge everybody here on Zoomland, on YouTube, on Facebook, and everywhere. Look up this smile. You can see it right now, but I'm telling you, the motorcycle smile, it's absolutely adorable. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is Martha Kratawi, as I always like to say. The summit is yours.
Thank you so much, David. This is why I come back. Anytime I need a confidence boost, I'm like, I'll just go back for another summit. But every time that I've done this one, I think this is number 6 for me with this organization. And every time something happens to remind me that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And this moment was when I tuned in and heard John Lester talking. So I have an uncle, John Lester, and he passed just a couple of years ago, and he was the last one in my immediate family to pass. And so he's the most fresh in my mind of losing a family member. And so I heard him talking, and I heard him telling the story about his grandmother, and I was like, okay, well, there's my sign. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And then he said something that I say all day, every day, and that's, you do not have to rush healing. If you know my story, you know that I've been on a healing journey for the last 14 years, and you cannot rush healing. Healing is a process. And so today, I just want to honor that process. I also want to honor John Lester for sharing his story, and all of the other brave people that have had the courage to stand up and to share, because every time that we share, we give others permission to do the same thing. So just wanted to start out by saying that. But what an honor it is to get to do the summit every couple of months, right? And to share our hearts, to share our stories, to be seen by others that are touched by us just sharing our journeys. Because it's not always easy, right? And what an honor it is to have this sacred space that David has created and Austin has created. And it opens up the door for so many people's healings, for so many people to share that grief space, right? New beginnings aren't always easy, but they are sacred. And if you're here today, that means one powerful thing. You're still here. You still have the ability to keep stepping. So you still have the capability to keep moving. Even if it's slow, even if it's messy, even if it's just one breath at a time, one decision at a time, one step at a time, you're still moving. And that's what really matters. That's what matters in healing. That's what matters in building a legacy. You just have to keep moving forward. Every forward step is progress. And that's what legacy in motion is, right? We're talking about legacy in motion, one step at a time. So today I want to talk to you about a truth that transformed my life. But I want to talk about it from the perspective of what I'm most familiar with, and that is healing and how legacy plays into healing. So legacy is not just something that we leave behind one day. Rather, legacy is something that is built every single day. Legacy is not a final destination. whether it's built with consistency, with discipline, and with vision, much like trauma healing. I think of, when I say this, I think of Justin Danforth. And if you guys know Justin, right? Like he talks about consistency. He talks about discipline. He talks about that vision, right? Everybody's nodding their head because everybody knows Justin, right? I think about that in healing. I think about that if you're exercising and you're trying to build muscles, right? If you're trying to do anything and you're trying to accomplish something, it has to be done with consistency. Nothing is done automatically. There's choices that you can make automatically, but anything that follows has to be done with discipline and consistency. So I'm keenly aware of what it takes to be on a healing journey from trauma. I'm also keenly aware of what it takes to build legacy on a personal level. I've gotten to do a lot of really amazing things over these last few years. I've spoken on stages all over the world. I've published books. I've founded and facilitated a live healing event called Unbound. Shameless plug. If you went last year, you know how amazing and important and transformative was. And if you didn't, you should come this year, August 21st through 23rd. It's going to be amazing. And some of you beautiful people have already signed up, and I'm so excited to see what God's going to do through Unbound once again. But back to speech. This coupled with becoming a trauma-informed coach, I know something about trauma. I know something about healing. I know something about building legacy after trauma and healing. And I'm someone that's walked the walk through deep trauma, loss, and the rebuilding process is not easy. But I can tell you with full conviction that healing is not a destination either, just like legacy. It's a journey of remembering. It's a journey of becoming. And it's also a journey of unbecoming. And every step that you take on that journey is rewriting your story, is rewriting the narratives, the identities that you might have taken on that weren't yours, that weren't the ones that God gave you, right? That the creator of the heaven and the earth, right? You have to unbecome those things that we take on that we were not created for or by. In my book, Glory Going All In, I share my story not just as a survival, but as proof that you can transform from really dark and difficult things. I share what it means to truly break free from an environment that tried to define me, that tried to take my voice, that tried to take my identity, that silenced me for decades, right? And I chose again and again to go all in on myself on this healing journey and return to who God had called me to be. But here's what people don't see. Going all in doesn't happen in one big moment. Just like I said at the beginning of this, is everything is done with consistency, with discipline. It's the quiet moments. It's the quiet decisions to keep on going. It happens in those small steps, the moments that nobody's watching, and you choose to keep going. You keep healing. You keep doing the work, because it is work, y'all. Just like you go to your 9 to 5, or if you're creating a new thing, right? Everything takes work. Everything takes action. Everything takes persistence. Everything takes dedication. But I'm worth it. I'm worth it to show up for myself every single day. And it's those quiet decisions to do so, even when everything around me is falling apart. I choose me. I choose to believe who God says I am and who I'm capable of becoming. It's those moments that are most important. The moments when nobody's cheering you on, nobody's saying how beautiful your smile is, nobody's saying how awesome you are, right? Those are the moments that the true transformation happens, when you have to be your biggest cheerleader. Same thing is about legacy. It's built in those moments, not on stages, not on your Instagram or your Facebook highlight reel, but it's in the unseen. It's the boundary that you finally set. It's the truth that you finally speak. It's the pattern you finally break. It's the forgiveness you finally allow for yourself or for others. It's the help you finally say yes to. It's the hand you finally accept. That is legacy in motion, and that is also healing in motion. Through my work in Unbound last year, I got to enter a room with people carrying decades and decades of trauma, just as I was. And through that experience, I witnessed something really, really powerful. People don't need perfect conditions to begin to heal. They need permission. Permission to move forward while still healing. Permission to grow while still grieving. Permission to become, even when they don't fully recognize themselves yet. And if you know me, you know I'm a proponent for mirror work, where you got to show up in the mirror and you got to like what you see. And that takes a lot of work to convince yourself that you are worthy of your own love. You are worthy of God's love. You are worthy of showing up and showing out. So permission to become is something that I hold really sacred, because that's a key that has unlocked a lot of pain for me and healed a lot of trauma for me. When I gave myself permission to become, unbecome, and remember who I was, even though I didn't yet understand who that was, that opened up a chasm of possibility and opportunity, because that's where healing can happen. So although trauma spent a lot of time convincing me that I wasn't good enough, that I was stuck, that I was too far gone, I was too broken, I made the choice that no, that doesn't have to define me. I'm not going to be defined by what happened. I'm not too broken. It's not too late. I'm not too far gone. My healing has revealed a different truth. I'm not stuck. I'm in process. I'm making progress. And that process is where healing has been formed, where legacy is formed every single day. It's in the process. So let me be clear about something. Moving forward, taking a step forward, does not mean that we forget. It does not mean that we get to bypass the pain. It does not mean that we get to rush our healing. Moving forward means you carry your story differently. You stop carrying its weight and you begin to carry it as wisdom, as a lesson. I'm going to repeat that. You stop carrying it as a weight and you begin to carry it as wisdom. I carried my trauma as weight for a very long time in a physical way, right? I carried it on my body. That was my trauma, that extra 100 pounds that I released in the last 12 years ago and have kept off for the last decade, right? That was trauma weight. That was not mine. I was carrying it in a physical way. But as I started working through my trauma and releasing what wasn't mine, the identities, the narratives, the shame, the guilt, when I started releasing those things, that physical weight started shedding itself. There were moments on my own journey where standing still felt safer than moving, where staying small felt more familiar, where not taking steps at all felt like protection, just like that weight did. But I learned this. What feels like protection sometimes is actually a limitation. I was scared. But every time I chose to move forward, even when it was uncomfortable, even when it was scary, even when it required faith over fear, I wasn't just changing my life, I was shifting my bloodline. I was shifting it for the generations to come after me, for my kids, for my nieces and nephews, for my siblings. That is what legacy really means. It's the generations, it's the bloodline. So it's not about perfection. It's not about interruption. Sorry, it's not about perfection. It is about interruption. Interrupting the cycles of trauma, interrupting the patterns of silence, interrupting beliefs that say, this is just the way it is. Y'all, I hate that. Don't ever say to me, well, that's just the way we do it. Because that's like the biggest pet peeve. No, if that's just the way that we do it, then I can't get along with that. We got to find a different way to do it, because if it's not serving, why are we still doing it that way, right? Every healed step you take changes what is possible for the people that come after you, for your generations after, your kids, your family, your nieces and nephews. But it's also the people you're connected to, whether that's a spouse, whether that's your extended family, whether that's your employees, your children, your community, your future. We create experiences where people get to encounter this type of healing and this type of legacy in the making in the work that I get to do as a trauma-informed coach, or at Unbound, or any of the things that I get to do in groups, right? Because this is the stuff that's important. It's where they feel safe enough to release, strong enough to rise, and supported enough to step forward. And what I've seen over and over and over in the work that I get to do is the moment that someone takes one brave step, something ignites. Last summit, we talked about igniting, right? That confidence is what's ignited. And that's what they begin to build from. Clarity begins to form. Identities begin to shift. And then suddenly, they're not just surviving their story, they're leading with it. They find permission to start letting go of the parts that no longer serve. So today I want to ask you one powerful question. What's your next step? Not your whole plan, not your 5-year vision, your next step. Because legacy and healing is built by one step at a time. So what's your next step? Maybe your next step is saying yes to your healing. Or it's joining a community where you feel seen. Or starting the thing you've been delaying. Starting that business. Letting go of what no longer serves or aligns. Maybe it's choosing yourself without guilt. Maybe it's forgiving yourself about something. Maybe it's forgiving somebody else. Whatever it is, do not underestimate the power of one choice, of one step, because that step is movement, and movement creates momentum, and momentum builds legacy and healing. I want you to hear this deeply from my heart. You do not have to have it all figured out to heal or to move forward. You just have to be willing. I say this all the time. God's not looking for perfection. He's looking for our heart. He's looking at our willingness to show up for ourselves, because I am fearfully and wonderfully made in His image. And therefore, I have to be willing to show up in that image if I say that I have faith. You just have to be willing, y'all. Willing to trust, willing to try, willing to take one step. Your story's not over. Your pain is not pointless. Your future is not disconnected from your past. It's just being shaped by how you choose to walk forward. So I'm standing here today, sitting here today, because I chose to keep moving forward through my trauma, through my grief, through my uncertainty, through my fear. And every step led me closer to the purpose that I'm getting to walk in now. I'm one step closer to making a global impact. I'm one step closer to helping those that need to take one more step forward, right? That calling that's on my life, to break free, to help them live unbound. So now it's your turn. What's your next step? Love y'all. Thanks for having me, David.
Love you too. And you know you're always welcome here. And chat is blowing up right now, as it always does. And before I open it up to the Zoom room, because I know there are going to be hands popping up here momentarily, Austin put in there, you stole his speech. And I'm excited to hear what he's going to say, because he told me to get ready. But Martha, I love what you bring every single time, because what you did back at Hope for the Holidays knocked me off my chair almost. And then at Ignite the Spark, same thing. I almost fell out of my chair. And right here, I literally almost fell backwards. And you do that every single time because you have the heart the size of Everest. And that's what everything is incredible about you. And just, I know you're incredibly busy over there in wherever you are, because I always forget where you're from.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. That's where I knew it was one of the Carolinas. I just couldn't remember. Thank you for sharing your heart with us. I have so many questions, but I could go on and on and on, and then everybody would glare at me, just like Ashley just looked up at me with that little glare that she has. And we're going to hand this over to Zoomland here with all of our speakers, and Tim had his hand up first. So what you got for us, bro?
Martha, dear, love you. All right, my favorite coffee girl.
Thank you, Tim.
I loved it. Now I like others, I've got to go retweak a little bit about what I'm going to say tomorrow, because you took part of what I'm going to say. But hey, who better to hear it from first than you?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing today. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. Lauren, go ahead.
Hey, girl. You always amaze me. The way everything just pours from your heart. We feel every word that you say. And it makes us all want to be more vulnerable, right? Because you put out those things to all of us and to everyone else that you come in contact with. And it just gives us that permission that you talked about to do a little more, to be a little more vulnerable, and just to strive for the life that we want to live. So I am incredibly proud of you, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And I get to hug you on Friday.
Can't wait.
Can't
It's going to be a long one.
It's going to be great. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, I would second that. You have a way to crack into everybody's heart to want us to open up more. And, I was a tough nut to crack when I first met you. I didn't want to share a lot at first. And, you just have this way to crack everybody open. So thank you for that. So, yeah. Deb, what you got?
My beautiful, beautiful Martha. Thank you, as always. And yeah, you have a way of making vulnerable look cool. I just
It's
look
taken
weak
a lot
and
of
can't
practice.
talk, but
Taking a lot of practice.
oh, you got it down. You got it down. So my takeaways today. Oh, and I also want to throw in there, I want to hug you on Friday. Anyway,
Well,
okay.
come to our retreat.
Okay. I'm only in Wisconsin. I'll start driving now. That said, maybe next one. But my takeaways from today, because you always bring so much to the table, had to write down legacy is not a destination. Ooh, goosebumps. Also healing. The journey, not a destination. A lot of us really do look at it as once we're healed. It's like, huh. And what if that doesn't happen? And last but not least, your fighting words as far as it's just how we are or whatever, that legacy, is about the interruption. And that made me think of and give the nod to my grandfathers on each side of the family who interrupted family physical abuse.
Yes. Ending those generational curses. Thank you so much, Deb.
Thank you, Deb. We're going to give it to one more person so we can keep this thing rolling. Oh, that was a quick one there, Tish. Go ahead.
Thank you, Martha. Your smile over the years has gone from a very petite smile to a wider smile to an ear-to-ear smile. And yes, I agree with David. The motorcycle smile I was cheering and just, you're so special.
Thank you.
And what is so great about every summit that I've been involved in, and for everyone who puts on events, people are drawn to you that need to be there, that need to speak. And when you hear people saying, oh, you stole my speech. Oh, you stole part of my speech. Oh, I have to change my speech now. That is wonderful to hear that, because this magnetic energy bringing people together is pretty powerful. So thank you, David, and Martha, thank you. And I think we need a t-shirt that says Martha makes being vulnerable look cool.
I would agree with that, and I know he's listening. So Faber, you need to get working on that for Martha.
I think that's going to be a sellout at Unbound.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Y'all,
Yes.
thank you so much. It's my honor to have gotten to do another one of these. I appreciate all of y'all's kind words. And, at the end of the day, we just want our message to touch somebody that needs it. And so, David, thank you for doing what you do, because I know this is going to reach thousands. So thank you.
You're very welcome, and I appreciate you, Martha. Thank you for joining us again, and have a blast down at the women's retreat in a couple of days. I know you ladies are going to have a lot of fun down there, and thank you for being a part of it. Now, our next one coming up is another living legend, and somebody that has helped me in a lot of ways, especially when it comes to using the word but. Now, allow me to clarify this. It's not the butt on our backside of our bodies. It's when you are having a sentence, and when I had a tendency in my life, but I do this a lot, and thank you for saying that about this, but I have a lot of help, and making these excuses. I remember back in October, it was before going to dinner on the cruise with the Unleash You Now fam, and me, I was pretty much comfortable parking my keister on a lounge chair. But here comes Mrs. Sierra Wilson on a mission. And she looks at me and says, we've got about 40 minutes until we need to go to dinner. I said, really? You want to just hang out here and sit down and have a chat? She goes, no, sir. We're going to go and we're going to have an amazing dinner. We're going to go for a walk. In my head, I was going, crap. She must have gotten a hold of somebody in my family, and somebody in my family told her I need to walk. And here we went. And it wasn't just a casual walk. It was an exercising walk. And we must have done 3 laps around the top deck of the cruise ship. But it was one of the most impactful conversations that I had. And I realized after walking up the stairs or the elevator, wherever it was, when we were going to dinner, that I used the word but a lot. And Austin, who's on here, now knows if I say but, I have the angel Sierra on my right shoulder telling me, remember, Dave, try not to use the word but all the time. And I'm very grateful for that. And take credit when credit is due. Sierra has one of the biggest hearts that I know. She is a treasure to a lot of us here in the Zoom room. She has a husband that is a dancing machine, and he is going to rebuild himself back up so he can become a dancing machine again. And with that being said, they're just a beautiful couple who is absolutely incredible. So with that being said, y'all, the summit, Sierra, is yours.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that introduction, and I appreciated that walk so much. I'm from North Dakota, and it's awfully windy here on the prairie, but when you walk on the top of a cruise ship in the middle of the ocean, that was a whole new level of power walking in the wind that I didn't know that it could get worse than the North Dakota plains. So we definitely got our workout in before our meal. And yes, I talk about using the word but because somebody pointed this out in me, so that's why I lovingly pointed it out in David. Is a lot of us are so self-deprecating, like, oh yes, I'll accept the compliment, but immediately I have to give some sort of self-deprecating response. And someone lovingly shared with me, how about we can acknowledge all the things because maybe they're all true, but how about instead of but, which has a negative connotation, we use and also. So this and also this can be true. And I started using that in my life, and it's wild how much just those two words and also, instead of using the word but, changed so much of my perspective. And so I just love to share that with people because it's like, yes, this can be true. We can still struggle with this. And also we don't have to take away from this other thing that we were acknowledged for. So, and also, some of you will probably hear me say that a lot. If you're talking and you use the word but more than like 3 times in a conversation, we might change it to and also. So it's kind of funny. Everyone's like, Martha took my speech, and thankfully Tim has till tomorrow to change his. But since I'm right up after Martha, I was like, oh boy, she's like saying all the things, and she's had to run to family dinner, so I didn't even get to acknowledge her, but I'll send her a message and just let her know, like, you are the hardest person to follow up. Because as she's saying this, I'm just echoing like, yes, making notes, like scratch this, add this. So in true, summit fashion, I think this happens to a lot of us. We get behind a couple of people and we're like, well, my whole speech was just said. But as it was just said a little bit ago, also, it lands different when it comes from different people, and we all have our own perspective. So things can be said in multiple ways, and we're putting across the same sentiment, but it might hit a little differently, or a story will connect differently. And so I think we all can maybe tweak our speeches, but if we all got on and said the exact same thing we planned, none of that would be lost. None of that would be not valuable. I think we just, everything's meant to be the way it's supposed to be. So I'm going to echo a lot of what Martha said when we talk about, loss. And this whole summit was built around David's loss of his brother and what it looked like to move forward in his life. Several people here have lost people that are incredibly important and impactful in their lives. And there's a lot of different types of loss. And the loss that I'm going to speak to today is the loss of identity, and maybe the loss of career that was tied to that identity. Maybe the loss of what your body used to do, and now it's going to look a little bit different moving forward. So on the last summit, again, no coincidences, I literally 25 minutes before my speaking spot walked in the house with one of my family members who had just undergone a life-altering event, medical event, surgery, led to career change, a lot of things in a very short amount of time. And we had just come back from the hospital where we had been for the week, and we were having all these conversations. And so last time I spoke about being in the hospital with this loved one and them waking up from surgery, and me borrowing some of the very, very wise words of Chad Hymas, who, if nobody knows who he is. He is a influential speaker. He used to be a rancher, and a horrible accident left him paralyzed. Hard to be a rancher when you're paralyzed and don't have a lot of use of your body. And he went on to live an extraordinary life doing things he never ever would have done had that accident not occurred. And one of the things that his father-in-law said, standing over his hospital bed when he woke up from surgery, and he said, "What happened?" He just offered Chad, "Hey, before I tell you what happened, can I just ask you to think about, can God still use you in ways you maybe never had thought about going forward in a body that looks different than it did before?" I borrowed that same thing when I stood over the hospital bed of my family member of, "Hey, can we explore, first of all, that we intrinsically have value no matter what, and that life might look different going forward, but that does not mean anything about us as a person. That our careers may shift, the way we use our body may shift, and it might be a death of old self, but that doesn't mean that has to be bad. We can write a beautiful story going forward. It's just going to look different than maybe we had in our plans." And so all of this has been brought to the forefront because we just experienced this in our family. And I'm not going to tell my family member's story so much because it's not my story to tell in its entirety. And someday you might hear it from him himself. But it brought me back to when I was sick. And I'm not going to go through all of the woes of everything I experienced because I don't find it super helpful to take everybody to that hard spot. But when I got sick, I had neuroinvasive West Nile virus and Lyme disease at the same time. Mayo Clinic said this is clinically impossible. The odds of even getting neuroinvasive West Nile virus are less than 1%. And they had no statistics for that paired with Lyme disease. So I essentially was sent home from one of the best hospitals in the country with no care plan. And gosh, we hope you somehow heal, but we really don't see how that's going to happen. And, essentially no help in a $72,000 medical bill. And I had seen, 25 doctors in 6 months, and no one could help me. Even once we started to put together what was going on, there was no actual help on the other side of it. And that was the most hopeless, helpless, broken part of my whole life. And in the moment, I just remember thinking, why would God bring me here? Like, why would he allow this to happen? Because this feels so unfair. I had just gotten married, and now my brand new husband, who just said those vows, for richer, for poorer, better, worse, sickness and in health, all of the things got implemented very quickly. And now he's helping to take care of me. And we're trying to navigate this. And we just were not getting a lot of answers and a lot of guidance. And I just could not see in that moment, how can anything good ever come out of this? Like, I do not see, like, God, if there is a way, please show me, because in this hurt, physical hurt, emotional hurt, mental spiral, felt spiritually abandoned, hurt that I never even knew someone could experience until I was experiencing it. I just couldn't see how there could ever be something good that comes out of this. There could never be, and also part of this. And now I look back, and although I would never, ever want to go through something like that again, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, I would never take back what I went through, because it taught me things that there's no way I could have learned if I wasn't in that hopeless, helpless, broken place where I actually had to surrender everything to God. And I remember it very clearly. I was laying in my bed. I could not walk. My walker had accidentally been left on the other side of the room. My husband left for work, and we had a very high lifted bed at that time. So I remember like calculating my options here. Like, I could roll off this bed. I've got about a 3 foot, 4 foot fall. Hopefully I don't hurt myself. And then I could possibly army crawl to my walker and pull myself up somehow against like the cupboards. And I could find a way to do this. That didn't seem like a great option. I could call my husband, take him away from the job he's working on, make him take an hour out of his life to come bring me my walker, or I could just lay here and wait and just sit with myself. And that was one of the only times in my life I probably actually sat with myself, because I didn't have a lot of options otherwise. I would usually distract myself. A lot of us, I think, do that. We're like, I don't want to sit with these feelings because they suck. And so we'll find something to go do, or we'll show up to somebody else for somebody else, and we'll just completely avoid sitting with ourselves. And in that moment, I really didn't have a lot of options other than to sit with myself. And I just remember watching the ceiling fan spinning around over my bed. And like, I still remember how hot the tears felt pouring down my face of, I literally have no other choice but to surrender this to God and hope that he knows more than I know. And I've done everything that I can think of to do. I have consulted all the people. I have consulted all the professionals. I've looked into all the things. I have done everything I can physically do. I am at my max. The only other thing I can do is surrender. Like, it was a Jesus take the wheel type of moment. And although it wasn't like a Hallmark movie where I just like walked up and got up and could magically walk, I remember very distinctly that it felt like there was like a huge pressure on my chest. And as I prayed and pretty much called out to God of, I don't understand what you're doing. I think it's very unfair. I'm very angry. I'm mad at you. I said some terrible things to God, but he's kind of a big deal. He can take it. And I just poured it all out. I like left it all there. Everything came pouring out of me in the form of like tears, in the form of words, in screaming, and just letting it all out. And that feeling on my chest started to get lighter. And I was like, okay, I can't, like, it didn't change my physical experience at the moment, but something inside of me shifted, where like I could feel him literally, when they say cast your burdens onto the Lord, I could feel him literally taking that weight off my chest. Like, hey, you need to trust me. I know what I'm doing and I've got this. And I know you don't see yet what is going on, but like, I got this, I got you. And that was the catalyst for me, that moment. My husband came home. I told him what happened. And I just said, like, do you think I'm going to die? Like, do you think that's going to be the next step? Because that would put an end to all this. Like, do you think that God would allow that? Or do you think something else is going to happen? And he said, I don't think you're going to die. He said, I don't think God would have brought you this far just to bring you this far. I think he's going to do something great with this. We just don't know what that is yet. But like you said, I think we just have to trust. We just have to trust that something's going to happen. And a lot of things transpired after that. I actually met a naturopathic doctor. That man helped save my life. I ended up studying with that naturopathic doctor because I was like, dude, I had one of the best hospitals, 16 specialists at one of the best hospitals in the country send me home and say, we're really sorry, there's nothing we can do. And here's this guy who is half Native American, who lives in the Black Hills of South Dakota, and he used all these plants and all of these therapies to heal me. Like, what is this? I didn't believe in naturopaths. I was definitely of the opinion that, like, we're too evolved as humans for a couple of herbs to actually help someone who's sick. That was totally me until I didn't have any other options. And I just trusted. I believe that God led me to that broken place where I had to surrender it all to open my mind to maybe there's something more to this. Maybe there's something more to health and healing than you've ever experienced before. And life on the other side of that illness looks so different. And I literally had to learn to walk the walk as I'm relearning how to walk. So I thought it was so interesting that this summit is called Legacy in Motion. And we're talking about journey forward with every step, because I literally remember relearning how to walk, and how you literally, every time you put one foot forward, you are putting all your faith in that that foot's going to hold you up until the next foot can come alongside you and stabilize you. And every time you lift up your foot, you're literally putting faith in your body that it's going to do its job. And how many of us are doing that on some sort of healing journey, on some sort of grief journey of like, we don't need to know the whole path. We just need to focus on the next step. And Martha brought that up so beautifully about how it's just one step. Like, what's the one next thing you can do? Because we don't just wake up one day and we're like, I'm healed. Woohoo. I have this all figured out. Life is going to be great. I'm never going to have any more challenges. There's so many facets to healing. There's emotional healing, mental healing, spiritual healing, physical healing, relational healing. And I heard it said one time, like, everyone feels like they want the thing, but that's kind of like when you get on a cruise ship and you want the experience of the cruise. But if we really just wanted like the thing out of life and we didn't want the experience, the journey of life, that's like getting on a cruise ship being like, hey, this is the result I want. This is where I want to go. And they're going to be like, great. Well, since the cruise ship departs from here and then docks back here again, and you just want the end result of getting to your final destination, you might as well just turn around and get right off the cruise ship. Don't take the journey. Don't take the trip, because that's not what you want. You don't actually want the journey. You just want the destination. That's what we think. That would literally be like getting on a cruise ship and not actually taking the cruise and just turning around and walking back off, because we're technically at the destination that we say that we want. But who's going to do that? No one, because we really actually want the experience. And that's what life is. It is a series of experiences, some good, some feel very hard and not so good. Some are just straight up, they suck. Let's not try to toxic positivity this. Some things in life are very, very, very hard. But I think most of us would look back and be like, there was some lesson in that. There was something tangible that came out of that that's working for my good. I thought it was so beautiful. And to my next point, when Martha said, like, we go from as we heal, we release carrying the weight of the thing that could have broke us. And we start to carry the wisdom of the experience and how that actually changed our life. But that weight doesn't feel so heavy anymore. And when she said that, I was like, oh my gosh, that's something that happened recently. There was a couple that was posting, their influencers. They were posting about their upcoming wedding. The husband is in a wheelchair, and they were trying to decide, do we want to take his wheelchair he uses every day to our wedding, or do we want to take his stand-up wheelchair so he can technically stand up and have his first dance with his new wife? And this is something in wedding planning most couples never have to deal with. So I thought it was a super interesting video. I really appreciated giving the perspective of how things look a little different when we have differing abilities. And she said, you know, he really wants to stand up and have his first dance with me, but that wheelchair weighs 400 pounds. Transporting it and getting it, you know, where it needs to go and all the things, like, it feels so hard than just taking the one he uses every day. And anyways, they were going back and forth about this. And after I watched the video, I asked my husband, would you still love me if I was paralyzed? And he kind of looked at me weird. And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, I watched this video and I thought it was so beautiful how they're working together to try to make this the best moment for both of them. And like, would you still love me if I was paralyzed? And he's like, sweetheart, you were paralyzed. And I was like, oh yeah. And he was like, how do you just forget something like that? I was like, I mean, I don't know. I was like, but you know what I mean? Like, this man is going to be paralyzed the rest of his life. They know that. Like, would you love me if you knew I was going to be paralyzed the rest of my life? And he was like, at the time, we didn't know you weren't going to be paralyzed the rest of your life. And yes, I still loved you. And yes, I'd still love you if that would have been the outcome. And he just like, he just looked at me like so flabbergasted. He's like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around how you go through something like that and literally forget that for a period of time you could not walk. And I was like, I feel like maybe it's because it's no longer serving me. Like, yes, it happened. We acknowledge it happened, but like constantly having it in the back of my mind, it's not serving me to hold on to that all the time. And so when Martha said, like, we carry the wisdom, but we don't carry the weight anymore, that made me think of that moment of, yeah, I literally forgot one of the quote unquote worst things that's ever happened in my life. But I'm like, I didn't need it. Like, yes, it's there, it's still part of the story, but before there was so much identity tied up in I went through that and survived all that, and I gave people the details, and now I really don't anymore, because I'm like, they don't need to know every facet of what I went through and how broken and miserable, and they it's the message of most people have gone through something that they felt the same way, helpless, hopeless, broken, directionless. They don't need all the details because their details look different. The connection is the emotion behind it. And that's why I love so much when David brings us all together, because we talk about legacy and it means something different to everyone. And some people, when they talk about grief and loss, they're talking about losing someone. And other people are talking about the death of their old self and how they were rebirthed because of something that happened. Usually not a unicorn and rainbow event. Usually it was something really hard. And so we're all connecting with the emotion of hard and helpless and sad and not knowing what our next step is and not understanding why this is happening and feeling betrayed and feeling unseen and feeling unheard and feeling alone. But look at all the beautiful things that have come out the other side of it. I've heard so many cool stories today as I've been listening on YouTube about how people remember things about their loved one that passed and they carry that forward to future generations, or a tradition got carried on, or they learned a lesson from that person. And they're so that even though that they've passed on and they're no longer part of their life, they're so grateful for the time they did have together. And I think it's so cool how we can be talking about different things and all connecting at a very emotional level. And I'm so grateful for David for always finding a way to bring us together. And although some of the stories are following a similar thread, I love how you have a different theme for every one of these, because literally last time it was Ignite the Spark. We just got home from the hospital having hard conversations about, okay, obviously we can be really mad about this, or we can be like, okay, let's find the silver lining. This is going to ignite a spark that now a change has to happen. Now it's going to be forced upon us, but we can be mad about it or we can work with it. And today we're talking about journeying forward with every step and legacy in motion. And I feel like the in motion is so important because it's not a destination. It's a journey. We're constantly moving, growing, evolving. And I'm grateful for you, David. Thank you so much for giving me your stage, for trusting me with your people. Thank you for everyone here. I love that we're all pouring into each other. And this is one of my favorite events because of the people, because of all of the cool things that we get to experience together on these 2-day summits. Thank you, David.
Absolutely love it, Sierra. And I did want to touch on the thing that you said about walking on the cruise ship. You know, I live here in Colorado and I've been up in the mountains at 13,000 feet. And I thought I knew what wind is all about, especially when I used to go big game hunting and climbing up the forest up to 13,000 feet, and the wind would pick up, and obviously it'd be a lot colder up there. But between mountain wind and ocean wind, completely different comparisons. And, you know, you weren't kidding that we got our exercise in that night before dinner. So absolutely love that. Thank you for sharing that. And, you know, you're right. You know, when the summits are set up and I have the idea what I want to do throughout the year, and I set up the 4 to 5 different summits, you know, and I have the, you know, themes set out for the year, you know, it's funny how they all tie in together, because I always think about it, right? And then I go, okay, God, how's this all going to work? And I don't have an idea, but, you know, I just go, all right, big guy, you do. I'm going to let you run with this. And, you know, I do remember what you told me from the last summit, and it was an absolute honor, especially when you shared with me confidentially what you shared. It was, little did I know what I was getting myself into. So it's always a privilege to have you on the mountain with us. And we're going to kick this over to our beautiful VIP
Me.
group.
Me.
Oh boy, that was quick. I heard a squeaky voice, and I thought
Me.
it was me, and it was Megan.
Yes, it was. Sierra, you and I have been on really super similar paths without, I think, realizing it. When I had my first brain injury in 2008, Bob and I had only been married for 4 years. And I remember saying to him, like, when we got home from the hospital, and everything totally changed and everything became about caregiving for him. I said, "Do you want me to go back to New York and stay with my mom for a while?" He said, "What are you talking about? Why would you say that?" And I said, "Because you didn't sign up for this." He said, "I absolutely did, because our wedding vows were in sickness and health." And that just really struck when you were talking about that. And we're in, and I had said, "I don't want to be this like burden on you. This is a lot harder now." He said, "You're not going anywhere. We're doing this together." And literally a week ago, because I'm in another downward with my health, I said to him last week, "This is a lot that we're going through now. Do you want me to go back home for a couple of months? Because this is a lot for us." And like, you have to go to work and, earn electricity for us and everything. And he said, "No." He said, "Shut up. Why do you keep trying to go back home?" I said, "Because you are, I don't want to be a burden on you." He said, "You're never a burden. You're my wife. I'm here. We're doing this together. And whatever, I have to do, whatever time I have to take off or anything, we're going to get through this." And I'm just hearing a lot of our stories being parallel and just fighting through it. So I hear you, and just wanted to share that with you. I'm done now, David.
Thank you for sharing, Megan. I think we should definitely connect one-on-one, because I think there's so many ways that we could feed into each other and support each other. And one thing, because I know don't want to go over time, but one thing to touch on is, I mean, a lot of things that we go through, like, we feel like we go through, but the people closest to them go through them too. And they have a little bit of a different perspective. And that's where by working together to help one partner heal, because maybe there's something else down the line where you get to support him in healing, and it looks different maybe than health, but like how we get to actually, we say we want relationships, and that is such a huge part of building relational healing and health. Is most people, it's when you go through the thing is when you realize actually how strong you can be as a partnership. And yes, we want the rainbows and butterflies days too, but that is, I mean, that's what a marriage is. Like, it's not the picture perfect things that we see in Hollywood, but it's in those darkest, deepest moments when you get to fully let somebody else see you and love you and support you when you can't do it for yourself. I think it's a really, really beautiful thing.
Thank you for sharing today.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Sierra. And we've got time because we're waiting
Okay.
on our next speaker, so don't worry about that. I don't know whose hands went up first.
It was Lauren and then Ashley.
Okay, thank you, Megan.
Sierra, I always look forward to hearing you speak. I taught third grade for about 10 years. And one of the things we would do during writing would be to discuss like zooming in on a moment and really focusing in on like a small moment and like expanding it and giving lots of details. And when you talked about laying in bed and going through all of those decisions in your mind, should I call Michael? Should I just lay here? Should I try to crawl? Like, I felt like I was there with you. And the way you described it, like, I felt all the emotions around being in there. And it just brought me back to what I used to like teach my students. But you did that beautifully, because I think everyone else would agree that like it was like we were laying in that bed with you. The other interesting thing that I thought you said was that you no longer feel like you want or need to share part of your story and the details of it. That was really fascinating to me that you said that. And I don't know that I've actually heard anyone come out and say that before, but it just like made me have more questions and, you know, think a little deeper about that, because it's more about not what happened, but it's more how you're taking the steps and growing from it. That's the important part. So I appreciated you sharing that.
Thank you, Lauren. It took me a long time to actually come to that realization. And again, I want to credit Martha with when she said, we don't have to carry the weight of it anymore. We carry the wisdom. She put that so beautifully. And I've been in a lot of support groups, especially when I first got sick, and they didn't really feel that supportive. It felt like a collective wallowing in our misery. And although I'm not saying that that can't be helpful in some different parts of your healing journey, you get to a point where you're like, this doesn't feel helpful, and this doesn't feel like I'm taking steps forward. And yeah, I've been able to release telling a lot of parts of my story to the point where like literally forgot part of it. One of the things that I felt like impacted my life the most, totally forgot that that was part of the story, because I'm just like, sometimes when we bring it back up, we bring back up like all of the emotions in it, and it can actually make us take a step back. I've seen a lot of public speakers, and some people, they tell like the nitty gritty of all their story every time. And I mean, if that's what they want to do, obviously, like I'm not speaking in anybody else's life like that works for them, but I'm like, ooh, I don't want to keep re-traumatizing myself by bringing that up. Even though I've moved past it, it does bring up a level of emotion, and it feels terrible. And so I'm like, I feel like I can convey the emotion and the feelings and the lessons without going to all of the places. And I see some people nodding here, and I've heard some people's stories who are nodding here. And so I think we all collectively agree at some point it's not serving us anymore, and it's actually re-traumatizing us to bring it up. And if you have to re-traumatize yourself to help someone else, that's not very helpful overall to the collective. So thank you for acknowledging that. I never thought I'd get to the point where I could kind of disconnect from some of that, or not feel the need to justify everything or explain everything, and just connect in a different way. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was awesome. I really appreciate that. I already forgot who was next. I think it was Ash. Yeah.
Sierra, you beautiful thing, you. So every time I hear you talk, I'm just in awe. I think it's amazing. Since Movement Maker Live, I'm impressed by you. But this is the second time I believe that you brought up Chad Hymas, and I had the luxury of meeting Chad and hearing his story, probably at the same event that you were at, right? And there's something impactful about his story and his resilience, that some people will see him speak and they'll walk away and they won't think about it unless his name's brought up again. But you can tell that the impact and the strength that he spoke about, you also have. Your story is just different. And when you share him as an example, and most people don't probably know who he is or whatever, your follow-up with that is, it reminds me of Chad and the impact that you're trying to make, and the way that you're speaking from your heart and the realness that you share. And so, not to compare your story to his, obviously, but you can tell that you're delivering that same kind of information the way that he does. And that's super impactful in people's life. And I just want to congratulate you, because that's awesome.
Thank you so much. I adore you as well, Ashley. And yes, it was the same event that I met him. One thing, not to go too far off, but my mom ended up losing her leg on one side and her hip on the other side. So she became wheelchair bound pretty quickly after a multitude of infection issues that couldn't be remedied, again, by one of the best hospitals in the country. And I actually reached out to him, and I thought, oh, some secretary is going to be managing his account. No, he messaged me back. I was like, I really feel like my mom is in a dark place right now, because her whole life just changed. She's also a farm wife. He was a rancher. Like, your body is your livelihood. And I I could not relate because I had been through stuff, but it was different than hers. And I came out with healing, and she's not going to regrow another leg. That's not going to happen. And so I was like, I feel like I can relate on some level, but my situation wasn't permanent, and hers is probably going to be permanent, just like his. And he actually messaged me back and said, I would love to get on a call with your mom. And I'm like, this guy, he is this world-renowned speaker. Like, the fact that he's even managing his own social media, but that he actually took the time to like personally respond to me, gave so much respect for him, like mad respect for him. And he's a beautiful human. And I didn't know at that time that I needed what he said, but that's exactly when I started going through getting sick myself. And yeah, he's a gem. If anybody wants to look him up, highly suggest Chad Hymas. He's great. He is a very, very good embodiment of exactly what David's. Maybe we need to get him on the summit, David, of exactly what you're talking about.
Can you
about
drop his
how
name
life
in the comments so we can know how to spell it?
I put the link in the comment
okay.
to him. Yes, I follow him. He's amazing.
Okay,
I'm
sorry,
very-
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
all good.
Sorry
Thank you
for
so much.
interrupting.
Thank you for doing that. But yeah, his way of saying like, this is what life looked like, and my identity was really tied up in that. And it doesn't mean it's a before and after for sure, but the after doesn't have to be bad. It's what we make it. And he has made a lot of his life that never would have happened if he continued to be a rancher. And not that one's better than the other. It's just different. A lot of our stories, they're not the same, not one more traumatic than the other. It's just different. We're all experiencing a lot of the same things in a different, we've got a different, journey, a different play that's our life. I'm grateful we all get to be part of it together.
And that's what I love about this, where we can all come together. And Sarah, I'm always game to try to take big swings to try to bring in people. And that's the goal behind everything. It's, it doesn't matter how high up they are or anything. I met Bill Clinton back in the 90s when my mother was the mayor of, she wasn't the mayor of Tampa, but she was the secretary for the mayor of Tampa when we lived there. And so one of the times we were there, she took me and I got to shake his hand, had no idea who he was, and all that good stuff. But it's it's always game to bring people onto the summit that can make an impact. It's about bringing a movement to the people that need hope and bringing life into people that need it. And so that's what I love about it. We'll give it to one more person, and we'll get ready to do something here in a little bit. So Deb, if you want to take it away, that'd be great.
First and foremost, Sierra, thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much love for you. And you mentioned when you were stuck looking at the ceiling fan, the hot searing tears, limited options, forced to sit with yourself. And you even like kind of patted that out, which hit me, and I wanted to echo it at this time with this group, that even to the degree when we're helping others, we can be avoiding sitting with self. Oh, isn't that one of our favorite excuses? To avoid that. And that just also led me think of a challenge of sitting with myself. It's been a hot minute. And I own Eckhart Tolle's Stillness Speaks book. And I have fallen victim to scrolling, and I used to sit with self for hours. Not so much these days. So thank you for bringing that up.
You're very welcome. Deb, I adore you. And it's interesting. There's a scripture that says, be still and know that I am God. And a lot of people acknowledge that we know who God is, but we forget the first part about the command of be still, and then the second part, and know that I am God. And in this very fast-paced world, it's feeling harder and harder to be still because there's so many distractions. I feel like that's by design, but that's a whole nother conversation. Yes, our phones, they're the most addictive thing. And yeah, it's I even struggle with it, honestly. I literally told my husband last night when I got home, it's like, yep, I was at the office. I had this, and this to do. And I kept picking up my phone and scrolling. And I knew I was getting more and more depressed, a depressed feeling, not depressed as in clinically depressed, but a depressed feeling the more I scrolled. And I knew it was making me sadder and feel more feelings I didn't want to feel. And I kept doing it. I kept consciously making that decision instead of putting it down. I know what I should do to serve myself, but even sometimes we know the thing. It doesn't mean we're less human and it's easier to do the thing. And so I was like, I know why I'm in a bad mood right now. That phone definitely didn't help the situation. And I'm acknowledging that. And tomorrow I'm going to make a different choice. And I did. And I feel honestly, we're still communicating, but it's a different way than just scrolling. We're having tangible intellectual sharing of conversation and ideas, so much different than scrolling and reading somebody else's ideas on the internet. And so nothing is good or bad. I think everything in reason, but being still is harder in today's world than it used to be. And so it's going to take more effort from those of us who want to actually sit with ourselves to do so. That's where like putting the phone on do not disturb. My sister, one tip, really good at this. She said, I put my phone on do not disturb at 7 p.m. every night. My entire staff knows that if they don't get a hold of me before 7 p.m., I'm not going to see their message till 7 a.m. And she says, I have to do this. I have to draw this boundary because after 7 p.m., my husband and my child get my time. And that is it. I have to shut off the rest of the world or I'm going to lose my mind. And I'm like, I'm so glad you put that boundary in place. And I'm probably going to borrow that from her because otherwise it's so easy to get distracted by one more thing and one more thing. So I think it'd be really cool to sit with yourself. Again, that thing a lot of us don't want to do because some of us, either we're going to be forced to acknowledge something about ourselves that we've maybe been not acknowledging, or we need to actually re-meet ourselves. And let's be real, some of us have gotten so caught up in what we do for others and how we show up in the world, we don't even know who we are anymore. So having that self-evaluation from time to time, or even doing it with a friend, can be really, really helpful. Highly
And the
encouraged.
acknowledgement of what David does and what David and all of us have created here. Yes, this is a virtual space. Yes, some of us might be viewing it on our phone, but we're having real conversations. And again, thank you, David. Thank you, Sierra, everyone here. This is powerful.
It is. So we're not consuming in the way of consuming on social media. We are consuming each other's talks, but we're also engaging. We're actively engaging and contributing, and that's different than just purely consuming. We're consuming, also creating, also contributing. So I love this space. Thank you again, David. Are you regretting saying we had extra time because you knew I would fill it?
No. You are very welcome. Our next speaker is just coming out of the dentist office, so this was a great way to fill the time so that he could join us. And absolutely right. You know, it's so easy to get pulled into on TikTok or on Fox News or YouTube especially. But I will say this: last week I was so stupid excited because I'm going to share a memory here again as we wait for our next speaker coming up. I went back to my childhood youth again. When the Artemis II launched from Florida, it took me back to a moment. When my family and I lived in Apollo Beach, Florida, we used to drive the 2.5 hours over to where they launched the shuttles from. I don't even remember how far it was. I mean, it could be 2.5 hours for a little 6-year-old, little 7-year-old, right? But I was sitting there with my iPad, watching the shuttle getting ready to take off. And here the geek within me started to come out. I started quoting Star Trek. To boldly go where no one has gone before. And Jeff, I'm sorry, dude. I know you're a Star Wars buff, but I'm both. I'm a Jedi and I'm a captain of the USS Enterprise. And when I saw that shuttle go off and go up into the heavens, thanks Deb, I couldn't help but listen to the Kenny G version of New Year's Eve when you heard Ronald Reagan's voice when he was talking about the tribute to the Challenger and all that. It just brought back so many memories of that time with my brother. You are right, Josh. Star Wars is good, but Star Trek is great. Come on. Captain Kirk, Captain Picard, Spock. I mean, I know Star Wars has the Force and Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. Yeah, Han Solo was a good looking dude back in the day. Oh boy, here we go. He's off mute now.
Yoda?
Okay.
I mean, you're
I
kind
must
of.
be one with the Force, my young Padawan. Yes, I just did this on the Mountain Summit virtual.
You know, it's funny because I do like them both, so it's okay. But you can't compare, do or do not. There's no try to anything that was ever said in Star Wars.
I know. But you got to admit, it was pretty cool to see that shuttle going up there again, going into space. So I wanted to share that because it was really epic to be able to see, just to go back to that childhood memory. And Sierra, that's what I love about what you shared, because the phone, the tablets, and all the crazy yeah, I know, Megan. I'm trying to buy time here, so just roll with it. And seeing all the negative toxicity going on in the world, when you can tap into memories like that, being able to watch the space shuttle going up or watching Star Wars. Being a kid, my brother and I loved watching Star Wars, but we went to Star Trek conventions. And I got to meet Terry Farrell, who was Dax from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Somebody help me out here. I mean, I'm going to keep on rambling until Doug comes, or we could take a break until we go, because we do have our next speaker here, Mr. Atkins. If you feel like you're ready, Jeff, we could kick it off for you. And then we could take a break after you, because Christian Martinez is going after you, so we could introduce you if you feel like you're up and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always here. I'm here.
Ladies and
I
gentlemen.
have 5 minutes. No.
You say
You asked, is he ready? He was born ready.
I was born ready. I had 5 minutes to actually come up with something. I'm good.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is the talented Jeff Perdue Atkins. He has now been a part of the Mountain Summit Virtual 2 times as a speaker and 1 time as an attendee. Everybody that knows Jeff knows that the man has an angelic singing voice, because we got to hear it once 2 summits ago. Last summit, we had to watch a video because he wasn't feeling too well, but we still got to hear his beautiful singing voice. He's almost as talented as me, but he's getting there. And with everything that Jeff does, he always has the intention of Jeff Fafa. And he always wants to help and serve and be there for everybody in the green and black, and also within the blue and green. And it's always a privilege and honor to have Jeff back, because anytime he comes onto the summit, we never know what we're going to get. He tells jokes, and he can take the jokes. And y'all, get your hankies, get your tissues together, because we have another living legend upon us. And with that being said, Jeff, the stage is yours.
It's funny because this one also starts with a song. And I'm way comfortable. I'm like, I don't know if I could sing like this, but we're going to play anyways. Something always brings me back to you. It never takes too long. No matter what I say or do. I gotta forget words. That's not good. See, this is what happens when I don't pull things up and I go first. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. I decided not to do the music because the music was too complicated to get actually to work correctly. So I'm like, oh, I'll just do this. And now I'm like, how? I've been practicing this for freaking weeks now. Let's start that over. Something always brings me back to you. It never takes too long. No matter what I say or do, I still feel you here till the moment I'm gone. You hold me without touch. You keep me without chains. I never wanted anything so much than to drown in your love and not feel your rain. Set me free, leave me be. And I don't want to fall another moment into your gravity. Here I am, and I stand so tall, just the way I'm supposed to be. But you're on to me and all over me. Oh, you love me 'cause I'm fragile. When I thought that I was strong, but you touched me for a little while, and all of my fragile strength is gone. Set me free, leave me be. I don't want to fall another moment into your gravity. Here I am, and I stand so tall, just the way I'm supposed to be. But you're on to me and all over me. And I live here on my knees as I try to make you see that you're everything I think I need here on the ground. But you're neither friend nor foe, but I can't seem to let you go. But the one thing that I still know is you're keeping me down. Ooh, you're keeping me down. Yeah. You're on to me, and all over me. Something always brings me back to you. It never takes too long. Isn't that how grief works? Right? You know, we keep getting brought back into the grief. You know, it's but it's funny. There's a lot of things that happen. You guys all know most of you guys know my story. I had a lot of loss kind of all at once. My mother and my father both died within 6 months of each other. But something always brings you back to you, right? Something always brings you back to the grief. Sometimes you don't know what that's going to be. And you try to move over, but like she says, I stand here on my knees and I try to make you see that you're everything I think I need here on the ground. Because see, where you were isn't necessarily where you think you are, right? You love me because I'm fragile when I thought that I was strong. After my mom died, I mean, I knew that I was definitely feeling it, definitely going through it. But I still kept going forward, and I stopped moving forward. I kept moving forward. And there was a lot of things that I thought I needed where I was. You know, but one of the things that happens is the gravitational aspect of grief, right? We want to, it really is in some ways, it's a drama cycle, right? And drama really is just simply a state of being in reaction to a situation. So grief is drama, right? And grief often pulls us into this reactive loop where we're living in the past, mourning what was, or panicking about the future without that person. We get caught in that story made up instead of staying grounded in neutral facts of the present moment. The story made up might be something like, I'll never be able to live without them. And you get lost in your grief and forget who you are. I've done it. I've been there. You know, and a lot of this is around in Tantra, there's the Granthis, right? There's 3 Granthis. And the Brahma Granthi really is a powerful psychic knot. Okay. And it deals with your safety and your security. And often when you lose somebody, it really messes with that, with your feelings of safety and security, with your feelings of being okay, with your feelings of being able to move on, your confidence. And sometimes we unconsciously cling to the pain of the grief because it feels like the only connection we have to that person we have left. And that attachment acts exactly like gravity. And as we know, as gravity happens, it pulls more to it. And the cost is that emotions are energy in motion. You know, we talk about legacy, we're talking about legacy in motion, but emotions are energy in motion. And what we do, because we're not always able to handle that, because we're not really taught how to take care of our emotions and actually think, especially as men. We're taught that we can walk it off. Suck it up, buttercup. I can't tell you how many times I heard that. Suck it up, buttercup. You're fine. Go on. Get out of the house. Go play. Be a man. Men don't cry. And so what happens is that when we have that kind of heavy energy, right? Because emotions are energy in motion, and grief is a heavy emotion. It's heavy. It gets trapped in the body. And if we're not actually feeling of releasing. And so one of the things that we need to do when we are in that cycle, in that space, is you have to break the gravity of grief. Not that you can't grieve, not that you shouldn't feel, but the problem is you're probably not trying to feel it. You're probably not sitting there and going, I'm going to just cry it out. Or I'm feeling this right now. What you do is you pick up your phone, and you start scrolling for 2 hours, or you pick up that bottle and you decide you're going to have, ooh, I need a drink, or go and grab that slice of pizza. That's what I did after my ex died. When he died, I was on a really good meal plan. I was doing really well in my workout. I've lost 60 pounds. I was in a very great space mentally and emotionally, and he passed away, and it was curtains. I ordered pizza that night. I don't think I got back on my meal plan for weeks, months. I know I didn't get on the exercise plan because when I went back to go back, I was on an app. And at the time, you couldn't go backwards. You can only go forwards. They fixed that after that. But I couldn't do where I was at anymore. So it was a big, huge cycle, and I gained 50 pounds back. And that was because I couldn't deal with the emotions at the time of where I was. So when that urge for distraction hits, right? And sometimes we don't have the space for that, right? You might be at work and you might not be able to feel comfortable or safe to feel the grief, or feel like we're going to be a burden on people. We feel like if we actually talk about it, it's going to hurt somebody else's feelings, or they're not going to be able to handle it. But there's a space between when you start feeling the emotion and when you get that stimulus and where the response is. And the more we can cultivate this pause, this gap, and ask ourselves, why not choose to feel this emotion right now? Notice I'm trying to numb out. Whatever that looks like. It could be sex, it could be drugs, it could be alcohol, it could be food, it could be scrolling, it could be that show on Netflix, whatever it is. But there's a secret. You can't think your way out of grief. You can only embody your way out. And we need to teach our vagal nerve that you're safe to feel. Because, see, emotions feel like a tiger chasing us. And I know, Dave, you want your cougars chasing you all the time. I know it. But, they're not chasing you. So one of the ways that we can do that, one of my favorite ways is, and you guys can remember this, anytime I start feeling like really deep emotions that I need to feel, or I'm feeling the fight or flight stuff, or I feel like I need to go, I sing some Johnny Cash, because singing the low notes, it's just like chanting. You can chant Om if you want. You can sing, there's Gregorian chants. You could do all kinds of different things. But one of the great ones is Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire. And I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and away went higher. It burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. And that helps, those low notes help tell your vagal nerve that you're okay. Also, if you breathe out more than you breathe in, it tells yourself that you're safe. Notice where you're breathing. Is it in your belly or in your chest? Move it down lower. All these are ways of telling your body you're safe to feel what it is that you need to feel. Once you're in your gap and you're feeling the grief, you must detach your identity from it. One of the things that shows up, and it was funny because I just said this to someone not too long ago, stop saying I am broken or I am whatever. I am my grief. I am grieving. It really is, although grieving is an action, your body doesn't feel it that way. This fuses you to the gravity. And something you might want to look at saying something like, I'm experiencing profound grief right now. I'm allowing myself to feel this grief. You are the wise observer, not the victim. And you're in control. Even in the grief, you're in control. You can choose to feel it. You can choose to numb out. You could choose to, I say this all the time, in this moment, there's infinite possibilities. I'm right here on camera. I could take off all my clothes and go running down the street. It's not the best idea for me. It's not the best thing. You guys will all be traumatized. I'll never be asked to speak again, and it really means a lot to me that I get to be on these stages and help the people that I can help. But you have a choice in every moment. And we forget that we have those choices. Releasing the heavy, painful emotions doesn't mean you love them any less. Sierra said it really well earlier. And it's funny because Megan and I have talked about this a lot lately. I forget I had brain surgery. Back in 1997, I had brain surgery. I was in a car accident. It was rough. I spent 6 months in rehab. Luckily, I could walk and talk from the beginning, but it was very, 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 very challenging to do either. I still struggle with words sometimes, especially when I'm nervous. And I was realizing that, and I realized that's not just normal. That could be from the brain surgery itself. Megan's helping me with some of the stuff to remap a little bit. And when we release the pain, because I don't get caught up in the pain of that anymore, right? And I've released part of that. I don't tell that part of my story very much because it's not useful for where I am and what I'm doing for everyone else, right? I could talk about, it might help Megan a little bit to see that, I'm 10 years or 15 years from where she was. But I was also, all brain injuries are different and all this happens. It's just not something I talk about that much, right? But when you can successfully release that heavy energy, when you can kind of start just feeling the pain and let it go through you, all emotions only last for 90 seconds if you allow them to. Emotions are just chemicals going through your body, and those chemicals will release in 90 seconds. I'm not saying this isn't a way to spiritually bypass feeling because you need to feel. But again, there are loops. And sometimes we get caught in the loop of that instead of allowing it just to happen and go through us. Acknowledge. And when you can do that, it leaves some space. It leaves space for life to happen. Right? It leaves space for you to be you and not your grief. It leaves space for you to see some of the joy beads, some of the beautiful things that are around us. When I was at my dad's funeral, I think I talked about this a couple times on the summit. At my dad's funeral, there was a bird cage, an aviary, a small aviary, and at the funeral home, and you wouldn't expect that to be there. It was very strange that it was there. So, and I saw all kinds of people walk past it, like just walk past it. And I noticed that the birds were singing. And in that moment, even through the grief, there's always an and. I'm feeling this grief. and the birds are singing. I'm feeling this grief and the sun is shining. Or I'm feeling this grief and it started raining. Or I'm feeling this and the world goes on. And there's something I can look at that's other than the grief. There's something I can live for other than the grief. So I want to remind you that you need to feel the grief. The grief is there, and if you don't feel it, it's just going to take you out. I also want to remind you that you're perfect, whole, and complete just as you are. Even with a broken heart, even in the grief. And however you choose to feel is how you choose to feel. Even if you have to numb, that's okay. Just notice that you're numbing. Notice what it is that you're doing. And every time you take that pause and that sacred gap and look for a joy bead, you can break the loop and you can defy gravity. But I promise you, that's not a song I'm ever going to sing for you. I really appreciate being here, guys. I appreciate each and every one of your stories. I appreciate the love and the joy and the stories that we get to choose and we get to share. So thank you so much, David, for letting me be here. Thank you all for being here and being who you are, and know that you are loved.
Thank you, Jeff. Absolutely incredible. Once again, blew us all away with your singing voice. Especially a cappella style. That's never easy to do it a cappella. Trust me, I know. I've had to do that several times up in Canada. So it's always quite a bit of courage to do that, especially when we're streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. So kudos, bro. Beautiful testimony and story. Megan was pretty quick there with her hand going up. She's Ninja Queen. I don't know. We haven't quite come up with a nickname for her yet, but we will at some point. Maybe the Sparkling Queen from California.
What is that one?
Who knows? But go ahead, Megster.
We don't like that one.
The Megarama?
No, stop.
The Meganamalamali?
No, stop talking.
Delicious.
You are just this powerhouse of love, like all the time, which is more powerful than pain. And pain is absolutely important, but like you were saying, it's important to feel the pain, feel the grief, but you remind us that love is always underneath to catch us. And I want to thank you for that, because it is something you and I talk about and remind each other of. And it's something that we should all keep in mind and remember. And I want to thank you for that today. And I love you.
Thank you. I love you. Oh my God, I love you so much. I can't wait to give you a hug on Friday. No, I'm kidding. I can't go to that retreat. They won't let me.
That was beautiful, Megan. Thank you for sharing that, Megan. And Jeff, I second that. The smartest man alive, Mr. J, what you got for us?
Jeff, I absolutely adore listening to you talk. Every time it feels like there's new depth, there's more wisdom, there's even more heart. And I felt having you go in proximity to Martha made so much sense, and to Sierra, because it's just embracing the and rather than the but. The idea that you can be grieving, you can be in pain, but that doesn't mean you stop seeing the beauty in the world. That doesn't mean you stop seeing what's amazing and beautiful, that these things can coexist. And it's a very, very karmically wise, like just generations of growth and maturing and lifetimes of settling into your power in a really beautiful way. So I feel like your words are amazing and beautiful and profound, but the energy behind them is 10 times more so. And I get that energy and I get that message behind the message just in your being, even more so than your content. So thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Coming from you, that means way more than you know. More than you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. What you got, Dexter?
Jeff, you are my spirit animal. We are so often in sync, and some of what you were saying today, I would love to do extended conversation, another format, or we'll do a podcast or something. I get where you were referencing grief as a negative. I get it. You also acknowledge how critical it is to experience it, allow it to flow through. You said it enough times that it made me ponder, why is that necessarily? Why would grief necessarily make us a victim? Why, and I'll let you actually address it, but I just want to throw it out there that while I understand I'm a fan of the emotional scale, where grief, depression, all of that, low frequency, love, high frequency, I kind of feel like that's where some of it was coming from. But allow me to just be devil's advocate, because that grief is actually synonymous with love. Because if we did not love or feel that love, we would never grieve. Back to you, Jeff.
Oh no, that's very true. But it's just like love and hate are very much in the same coin. They have a different energy, right? And when you're in grief, typically you are on a vibrational scale, right? So I'm very, very attuned to the scale. Grief gets stuck in your body. So what ends up happening, those emotions, those heavy emotions, grief, depression, stress, anger, what happens in your body is that they literally get stuck. And I can tell you this, a really good story about this. A friend of mine does somatic classes, right? And anger is not an emotion I feel often. It's just not one of my emotions. It actually, to the point when I feel it, it feels foreign to me. Like I feel when I get angry, instead I get sad, or I have grief, or I get upset, or like I want to cry. I don't want to punch something. Does that make sense? I go into that. I go into sadness, not into anger. So I was at the somatic class, and very early in that class, we did something, and I laid down in such a way, and I released a pocket of anger that was in my body. That was literally in my body. And I know that it was my body because it released like in such a way that I was like, oh, what the and I was feeling this whole wave of like anger for nothing in this beautiful wellness class, that with the gongs playing and the fucking, like, right. And I'm all of a sudden I'm angry and want to punch people in this class. And luckily in my life, I get to do things that allow me to kind of explore these kind of things. And I've been working very hard to train myself to feel. Let myself feel. Because you can feel for 90 seconds. If I let it feel and say, hey, oh wow, I have grief. I'm feeling grief. Okay, great. Let me feel that grief for a minute. And don't get trapped up by the grief and label it as the grief. Oh, I'm missing my mom. There's not a day that goes by that I don't have a message from my mom on my messages and my memories. Not one. Not one day that my mom hasn't said something, commented on something, told me how much she loves me, told me how much she cares for me, told me not one day. Okay? And you can feel that. And it does come up. And I do get sad. And I get emotional. And I cry. There's not a day that goes by I don't cry. I have tears come through. But I don't have to sit there and stop living in order to feel the grief. And so often that's what we do. And by numbing, all it does is postpone that grief. And the more you postpone that grief, it gets stored in your body. And that causes all the diseases and all the dis-ease in your body. And typically you find out you have cancer, or your pancreas stops working, or your kidney stopped, or your blood is clotting, because you no longer have allowed yourself to feel and allowed those chemicals to go through your body. They get stuck.
Let's stay on point here, Jeff. I don't mean to cut you off. I hear what you're saying about that, bro. I love what you touched on about the messages from your mom and scrolling through that and reflecting on those messages, because I still have the messages from my brother on that final day. And, I scroll through that and have those pictures. And I didn't want to have to cut you off, bro, but we need to stay on time and everything. And I absolutely love what you're sharing here, bro. And before we move on to our next speaker, Mr. Doug, from way up north, where my father and I used to travel up to every summer to go fishing, Sierra had her hand up. And so I'd like to hand this off to you, Sierra, to be our final questionnaire.
Jeff, I just want to give you a virtual hug. I know we've talked at length before about how hard it was to lose your mom. And thank you for being so vulnerable. Honestly, as somebody who's in natural health, like there's so many things that you said where I was like that and that and that, like so many things that you shared about how we can use frequency, just like literally the lower notes, to make the body feel safe. It calms our nervous system. The body's always seeking safety, and it's going to do whatever it can to find it. And so you gave so many good nuggets about how the body can actually start to feel safer, because we can only heal and process things when we feel safe enough to do it. And thank you for also sharing that beautiful song. Music has always been my outlet ever since I was really little. And so I love that you actually put a lot of what we all feel into words, and you were able to share it in a very beautiful way. And you have an amazing voice. Let's hear more of that.
I have made it a point now that I start speeches by singing. So if I'm going to talk, I'm going to probably sing. So book me on more stages. You'll hear me more, sing more.
I love it.
And before we kick into our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, guess who's here? My lovely mother, Gail Vradwick Tish. I told you my mother had longer hair back in the day, but it was a fiery redhead. There are pictures throughout the house just like your hair, Tish. So I just wanted to give a shout out to my lovely mother, who will be sharing with, I'm not going to call him lovely because he might give me a sideways look, but my amazing father. They will be taking the stage tomorrow afternoon at 12 o'clock to be sharing with all of us for the first time. But this is, I say fearless leader to Michael. This is my original fearless leader, who had to put up with me for a lot of years from a kid. And I was not an easy kid. Like, there's a story of me reaching over and grabbing a tomato at the grocery store when she wasn't looking and I bit into it and almost got halfway through it at the age of 3 or 4 years old. I'm sure she's got plenty more stories for you. You may find out tomorrow. So if you want to get to know the real me, stay tuned for tomorrow afternoon at 12 o'clock. So, sorry, Ma, got to give you a shout out. I love you.
Yes, this redhead will be reaching out, connecting with your mother, because getting the goods on you, oh, priceless.
If you
Hi,
want
Mom.
So, if you want to learn everything about me, she's got all the scoop, and so does my father. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, you know this man. He is my brother from another mother. This is Doug Ferrier from up north, and you know, I tell this story all the time, and I'm going to continue to share this story. But when we were at Movement Maker Live last year, there was a moment where there was a song that popped up over the speakers, and I share this story all the time. It was Africa by Toto. That was my brother's favorite song. I think it was on his playlist every time he got on his bike, either inside training on his training bike when it was freezing weather here in Colorado, or during the summer months when he was training for whatever number it was for the Ironman race. And when I was in there, we were all dressed up in our movie themed costumes. And all of a sudden this song pops up. And then, you know how I mentioned earlier today, there are moments when the memories can either get you to start laughing your butt off, like it was when I shared about the macaroni and cheese in Apollo Beach, Florida, and he took the blame for me. Well, that wasn't one of those moments. That song hit me like a freight train. And Austin and my buddy Joe, who were there in Nashville with me last year, they didn't know what was going on. They were on the other side of the room. I had to walk out for a minute. And I sat down outside of the conference room, and Doug is a very observant man. He saw that I exited the room and didn't come back in right away. And here comes Doug, walks over, sits down, puts his arm around me, and says, "What do you need, bro?" I said, "I'm just having a Joey moment." And he asked me, "Tell me the memory." And I told him the memory. Every morning when I was working for my father's company up at Cummins Rocky Mountain, it was about a 45-minute drive, but I would leave my house at around 5 o'clock in the morning to drive to work. And the first thing that I would do was call my brother to make sure he was awake. He never needed me to do this. He was always adamant about getting up for his training schedule. But it would give us the opportunity to talk for about 5 minutes, and he would hit the pavement running or biking. And I shared this story with Doug, and he just sat there for 10 or 15 minutes. We were both bawling our eyes out. And then he said something funny in his Canadian accent and ended it with, "Hey, you ready to go back and dance like a bunch of fools?" And we didn't really dance, but we went back in there and had a drink. That will be my favorite Doug moment. Because as I have mentioned through the entire day today, there will be nobody that will ever be able to fill Joey's shoes. Because in my opinion, he was the best brother that anybody could have. But Doug has come pretty damn close to being a surrogate older brother. And I will always cherish that moment, because that's what true brothership is all about. That's what this summit is all about. As we have seen throughout the day today, we've heard stories after stories of nearly losing one's life because of an illness or losing a significant other. And having someone like that in your corner, like I do with Doug, with Austin, with Michael, is something that I will always cherish. So with that being said, Doug, the summit is yours.
Dave, I'm going to have to start keeping a box of tissues with me, because you fill me up with so much joy. I love that story. It's one of my favorite stories. It was such an amazing moment. And I never, ever want to step into your brother's shoes, but if I can be somebody that reminds you of him and supports you similar to him, it's an honor and a privilege. I am so honored and privileged to be here in this room, and thank you everybody for your patience. I think it was almost a year ago when I spoke on, I think it was the first summit, Dave. And while I'm speaking, I get cut off. My live stream gets cut off. My internet goes down because somebody was calling me. I was at a horse show for my stepdaughter, and one of the other parents had stabbed himself and I had to go and give first aid. So I finished off the talk while giving first aid and did the Q&A. But it's like it had to repeat some way because we're getting close to the 1 year anniversary. And as I'm driving home today, getting ready and rehearsing my talk, making sure that I've got everything ready to go, I'm eating a snack bar, a nice soft snack bar. I'm like, oh, is there a rock in here? Is there a piece of glass? One of my teeth broke. So I had this hole in the front of my mouth. I'm like, oh my goodness, I've had that before. It sounds so funny when I talk. Luckily, I was able to get into the dentist to get it fixed right away, but I missed all that. I made the mistake of miscalculating the time difference, and that's why I'm late. So I really appreciate everybody's patience and all the effort David has gone through to make the summit what it is, as well as to correct all these little hiccups that happen along the way. I love his mission. I love what we're here for. I love hearing all the stories, and there's always golden nuggets. I don't love so much when Jeff calls me out and calls out every single thing I've done to hide the grief and run from it. But we need that sometimes, right? And yes, love and hate, pain and love, they have to coexist. And the deeper the pain, the deeper the love that was there. And as much as it hurts, I think it's worth it. Most people, they think that grief slows them down because they're broken, but that's not true. It slows us down because we're loyal. We're loyal to the person that we lost. We're loyal to the life that we had. We're loyal to the version of ourselves that no longer exists because let's be real. When we lost that person, we did lose a part of ourselves. And it's something that most people won't say out loud. I wouldn't say it out loud for the longest time. If I move forward, am I leaving them behind? If I succeed, do I deserve it because I didn't succeed when they were here? If I become more, are they going to miss out on that? The thing is, it doesn't mean that we're leaving them behind. Do you think they're watching over us saying, no, you've got to stay right where you are. You got to live in this wallow of grief. They want to see us succeed. And I keep leading into this more and more. And I've had conversations with some amazing people. And my mom passed away in 2019. And still to this day, I'm having dreams where she's coming into these dreams. She's giving me a message. And one of those messages was just 2 words. Don't stop. See, we start to hesitate because we're afraid of getting the success or moving on past them. So we slow down. Maybe we shrink our vision. It's not because we don't care. It's actually the opposite. It's because we care too much. When I lost my mom, everything changed. And I'll share a quick story. I don't share this often. She was in the hospital for a while. And I'm a texture person. Certain textures really bother me, and certain types of hair, I just can't touch them. And it's very few types of hair that I can handle. And my mom has a type of hair that just, for whatever reason, my nervous system does not react positively. But she was in the hospital in ICU. She's been there for months. And she hadn't had a proper bath. And she says, Dougie, I just want you to brush my hair. So obviously I'm not no hair guru. So I went to my wife and I asked for her help, and she got me some dry shampoo. And I went to see my mom and I sprayed her hair and I brushed her hair. And like that moment in Nashville with David, I gave a little, but it meant the world. And in return, it means the world back to me as well because my mom was just glowing. She was radiant. She was so proud of her son brushing her hair. She was so happy of the hairstyle she had. I didn't show her a picture because it was not that great. But that didn't matter. But see, after she passed, a part of me was working hard for my business because I wanted to give my mom an easier life. She didn't have an easy life at all. Us kids weren't easy. I had the police showing up at my door when I was 14 wanting to search the house. And I wasn't the first one either. We gave her a hard time. I just wanted her to have an easier life. So when she was gone, part of me felt like, well, what is all the success for now? Because I put so much focus on being able to make a difference for my mom. And maybe I didn't reach a level of success that I wanted to while she was here. See, I dealt with a lot of grief, like many of you. I had dealt with a lot of grief up to that point. So losing her, I knew it was coming. I knew she was at peace. And I knew she was in a better place. So I didn't fall apart. But I stalled. I kept moving, but I was moving without real direction. And then subconsciously, and it took a while to really discover this, but subconsciously, I thought that if I built something bigger, I'm doing it without her. I'm doing it without my dad. I'm doing it without my friends that I grew up with that I've lost. I'm doing it without my daughter, who's not an active part of my life right now. But here's the thing. We can do it in their memory. We're not doing it without them. We're doing it because of them. We can take what we learn from them, all the amazing lessons, all the amazing values, the ways they inspire us, and we can put that into our fire to fuel us. See, I realized something, and it hit me hard when I realized this. I wasn't honoring them at all. I was hiding. It's because moving forward, it meant stepping into a version that I felt like they never got to see. Some of you may remember I shared at the last summit. I'll share it again. I have an acronym that I use. This is part of my daily habit to help me remember what I'm doing, where I'm going, to be the best person I can be. And I have another acronym I created for this summit. So the first one is my usual one. It's WIT. I repeat this every night. I ask myself, most of the time I'm laying in bed and I just think about the day. And it's 3 letters, WIT. W is for wisdom. Did I look to gain new wisdom today or share my wisdom in a helpful way? I mean, after being on this summit for half an hour, I could call it a day because I learned a lot being here. There's a lot of wisdom shared here. The I, intention. Did I live my day intentionally? Goes back to how I was drifting and really not focused and aligned. So now I live my day intentionally. And sometimes that intentionality, that day, what it means is taking a me day. It may mean that I'm spending the day, I'm going to scroll some Instagram, I'll scroll some TikTok, I'll sit on the couch, watch some Netflix, but in a healthy way. And then T is thankful. Was I thankful for the day? Did I have a thankful mindset? Because we can't be thankful and in a depressive state at the same time. So do I live with a thankful mindset and mentality throughout the day? But that's not the acronym I want to share today with you. The acronym I want to share, it's all about legacy. We're here for the legacy. So we're getting a longer one today. L is for loss. Loss changes you. It's okay to accept it because you don't go back to who you were. And when you try to do that, when you try to go back to the version of you that was the person before that loss, you're going to stay stuck. So L is for loss changes you. And E, extract what they gave you. Pull that out. They didn't just exist in your life. They left something inside you. And I hear David talking about all the time when he talks about his brother, what was left inside him. Ask yourself, what did they teach me? How did they shape me? And it doesn't have to always be these big, massive, deep, meaningful lessons. Sometimes it's something simple or something we think is simple. They taught me how to tie my shoe. We do that every day. Unless we're wearing Crocs, then we just slide those on. G is for grow because of it, not despite it. Most people, we try to grow after grief in the wrong way. What if you tried to grow through it? Use that grief like Dave is doing for his brother's legacy to change lives. It could be your life. It could be your children's lives. It could be your friends. Don't stay the same. Just grow because of it. A, ooh, some of y'all are not gonna like this one. Act before you feel ready. Because waiting to feel right, again, that's a trap. It's like saying, I'm not going to make that social media post until it's perfect. I'm not going to learn how to drive until I can drive perfectly. Right? We need that imperfect action. So act before you feel ready because that action is going to start to build your trust in yourself. It's going to build what you need to help you get through that. The momentum comes first as you heal through it. C, carry them forward. You're not leaving them behind. You're bringing them with you through how you live. I asked this question last time I spoke here. What would honoring my life look like today? So as you carry them forward, what would honoring your life look like today and honoring their legacy? You have to make it about you as well, not just about them. Why? Your life is the proof. The life that you build after this loss is evidence of what they meant to you. When you use that to fuel you, it will continue to fuel you. Some of you, I know I was, but some of you have been paused for years. It's not because you can't move forward. It's because you haven't given yourself permission to. How many of you are holding on to something because you just haven't given yourself permission to move forward? I have a couple direct questions for you. What dream have you put on hold instead of moving forward? What version of yourself have you been avoiding? Because when we lose that person, we lose a part of our identity, and we need to work on that. We need to rebuild that. So what are you avoiding? And I asked you about honoring your life. But what would honoring them actually look like? Not emotionally, but practically. Back in my teen years, I hit the bottle to numb my pain. That wasn't honoring anybody. Wasn't honoring my dad's life. In fact, I did it to cure myself or hide from the pain of losing my father, who passed away 2 months after getting his 5-year sobriety medallion. How was I honoring that? Right? And we do things like that. And it's not that we're doing it to be harmful. I don't share this for compassion about what I did because I've healed through that. But how can we honor them instead? Because sometimes thinking about them, yeah, it's nice. We need to think about them. We need to remember them. But that isn't the full legacy. Living differently because of them. Now that's a legacy. I remember listening to my dad share a story. I was about 11 years old, and he took me to, I don't remember if it was AA or NA, either Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous, one of those meetings, because he was going through a struggle. He really needed the support of that community. And he shared a story. He stood up there and he shared a story. And I'm listening to this story. He's talking about driving drunk. He's got a case of beer. Up here, we got 2 for us, 24 packs. He's got one of those on the passenger seat beside him. He was doing some really heavy duty drugs. And at the end, he says, I didn't share this story to give my son ideas. I shared the story to let my son know what he shouldn't be doing with his life. And when I first was grieving, I was going down that direction, that path. I didn't go as far as him, but I started going down that path. But then remembering that lesson right there is part of the reason why I never became an alcoholic. I never became addicted to cocaine or heroin or crack. Never even tried them. So without even realizing, I was honoring him in that form. So what's a way that you can honor somebody? You don't honor them by standing still. What if you could honor them by becoming more than you were when they knew you? And not doing it for applause, not doing it for validation, but simply because of what they poured into you. How would that change how you move forward? See, legacy is not what they left behind. It's what you choose to build because of them. With that, I really want to thank everybody again for your patience, your time, your attention. I love being in this room and all these amazing people.
Bro, I'm glad we were able to get you back with us on this one. And in my opinion, you're going to be a part of every single summit as long as your schedule allows it. And I love the acronyms that you come up with because they're always heavy hitting, bro. And your heart is massive, dude. And you know, before I hand it over to the VIPs and the guests in the VIP room, this is why this summit exists. This is why this began 13 months ago. I could talk to you about how I have navigated the grief world after losing Joey. I had to do something because I was always used to having my big brother with me. I always went to him for advice. He was my sage advisor when I didn't feel comfortable going to talk to my father or my parents. I mean, I even called the guy when I told him after going out on my first date with my ex-wife and said, I met the one. And when he passed, I was like a deer in a headlight. I had no clue on what to do next. And over the past 8 years, I'm still figuring it out. And I'm still discovering how to live my life without him. But this summit was created because, as you can see, everybody, we all have different ideas on how we get through grief. Everybody grieves differently. And that's why we're here today and tomorrow. So that as a family, as a community, we can all come together and be able to be loved and supported. Because after our loved ones move on, the rest of our families and friends move on as well. But we're still the ones left behind. I hate that term, but it's hard to move on from the ones that we love that we lost, especially for parents, for siblings, for significant others. But when you have a community and a family like this where you can pour into and be able to open wherever you are in life in your grief process, that's why this summit is here. So Doug, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for your heart. Thank you for your awesomeness. And I'm going to kick this over. I think Ash had her hand up first. So we're going to go with Ashley Burkeen first, and then we'll go to Tish.
Tish actually had her hand up first, but I'll just go since I'm unmuted. But the Queen definitely had her hand up first. Doug, always love to hear you speak. I actually got up to turn my camera off because I'm in the middle of making dinner. And when you said your first line, we're loyal to the person that we lost, I turned the washer off, my rock tumbler off. I turned the volume up while I'm making dinner so I could hear everything, the dishwasher right, and I like silenced the room so I could hear the rest of it because it was so impactful. Loyalty is a core value for my life, and I really struggle with guilt for my loved ones that passed because I was their caregiver. And I know better, right? I know that it's unnecessary guilt, but I struggle with like, did they know I love them? Did I do a good enough job taking care of them and all that stuff, right? And I could never find an answer like, why do I feel that way? I know I did, but why do I feel that way? And the moment that that sentence came out of your mouth, you're loyal to the person that you lost, I was like, ugh. I hang on to loyalty so deep and with so much depth that like even in their passing, it's such a strong hold on me that you just gave me an answer to the reason why I was feeling the way that I was feeling and the guilt that I get. So I appreciate you so much. You have no idea. And thank you for that.
Holy shit. I'm gonna start bawling here. Holy smokes. This room. Wow. I'm so honored, Ashley. I really am. Thank you.
Thanks, Ash. What do you got, Tish?
Doug, earlier, I don't know if you heard it, David made reference to Sir Doug at MML. And what just blew me away with coming up on you, your wife, and your daughter, as we were standing to go in and being silly with handing out medals for registration to a virtual 5K. And I wanted to knight you with the medal. And you can tell if somebody will play along. You can tell if they're like, get away. And you knelt down and you were knighted as Sir Doug, and people were clapping, and there's pictures. And right then and there, I thought, he must be related to my mother, because I talked earlier about my mother with her yodeling and her just having fun and just wild and crazy. And I thought, he's got to be related to my mother. And ever since then, and you spoke at another conference and you handed out your phone number, and Jedi Jeff and you and I were on this chat, and you, my God, you just delivered what you said you were going to deliver. And loyalty, I am loyal to you, my friend. Anything that I can do to help you, especially with the comment you made about not being close with your daughter, that just broke my heart. And on a personal level, I will do anything to help you with that. And this might be hard. When you meet people and you know that in a prior life they were part of your family, they were your person, your friend, your brother, and I feel that way about you. And I'm going to tell everyone, I've been trying for what, 2 years now, year and a half, to get something sent to Doug in Canada. And I'm still working on it. And what has made it so great is that now, all this time later, with my moving of things and cleaning, I found something that I'm going to include in the package if I can ever get. I'm going to have to drive it across the border, and it's pretty special, and it's for your grandson. So I love you, love you, love you, and keep knocking them out of the park, Sir Doug.
Thank you so much, Tish. I've been looking into it, and if you know any loopholes, I've been trying to see if I can legally change my name to Sir Douglas. Legally, at least here in Canada, they're not allowing it, so maybe I have to move out of this country. I'm not opposed to that.
Yes, I love Douglas. I love that. So yes, thank you.
You can probably do it in California. You can do anything here.
Yeah, you can do anything.
Start here.
Perfect. On my way.
So we're going to take 2 more. We're going to give it to Sierra next and then Kristen last. You're muted, Sierra.
Thank you.
Yep.
Doug, I'm so happy to see your face, and I'm glad it's feeling better after the dentist. You have a way of making, so this can be a hard topic. Grief can be a hard topic. Moving forward can be a hard topic. And you found a way with your acronym to make it simple. Not easy, but give some like simple, tangible, actionable steps. And I felt like that was so needed, because it can be really easy to come to something like this, get poured into, feel seen, heard, understood, and not leave with a tangible action step. And I feel like that's where you came in, and it was so important, because if anybody wrote that down, they can always circle back to their notes of, okay, like that was so impactful. I want to do something with this information and all of the feelings it brought up. And you gave them a way to do that, and all of us a way to do that. So thank you. Again, you make it simple, not necessarily easy, but very simple. And I really appreciate that, because sometimes I get really in my head. So thanks. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. It's easy for us to get in our heads, and yeah, it's not easy, but any little steps always help.
Mm-hmm. And I can't say how I know this, but if you need to get something across the border, they don't check grain trucks. Just saying. If it makes it through the X-ray, I know some people who've done some things, because I'm right by the border.
I'm heading to Philly in, I think, June.
Oh, perfect.
So let's get P.O. Box set up there, and you can mail it there, and I'll pick it up.
Oh my gosh. Doug, you're our favorite neighbor to the north.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But if you do want to move out of Canada, Doug, Colorado's a pretty cool area. And I know my father and I would love to get to know you, because we used to drive up there for, oh man, like 20 plus years with our father-son foundation trip that we were a part of. And everybody, again, ask that question to him tomorrow, because he and I have a lot of fun memories on that trip. And so, anyways, Kristen Martin, you're with us. You're muted, and I know you had a question for Doug, and I know you love this man like a big brother, so go ahead. Still can't hear you. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Maybe. Still can't hear you. Oh, maybe I can get him back on tomorrow if he has some time with us, and we'll get your tech issue figured out. Or you
What
can,
if she types it in the chat?
Yeah, type it in the chat.
Good idea, Dave.
Thanks, Megan.
You're
Always got
welcome.
to take,
Gotcha.
always taking care of me. Doug, you are amazing. Or Connect Audio, that would work. You are amazing, Doug. What's new in your life? What do you got going up in Canada? You got anything big coming out next?
There may be something big coming. Maybe making an announcement in a few weeks, but right now it's just on the DL. Same old thing though. I woke up this morning and it's the same thing outside my window that it was in the beginning of November. That 4-letter word falling from the sky, and I'm like, Florida sounds so good. Florida, Texas, somewhere warm.
I keep telling you, man, if you can, Colorado is desperate for snow. We maybe have had 2 or 3 inches or 2 or 3 snowstorms this year, and it's been crazy. We've been in a fire hazard during the winter months, and we've never had that. Kristen's still texting in her question, so I'll send you the question if it takes a little bit longer here, because we got to keep this thing rolling since we're having some technical difficulties. Did you say you can't be thankful and depressed at the same time? Is that something you said, Doug?
I did. And there's a caveat to that. If you're clinically depressed, that's one thing. But if you're in a depressive state, you can't be grateful or thankful and in the depressive state at the same time. I tried it for years. It didn't work.
Okay. Thank you.
So just
Kristen.
thinking about even the smallest things that you're grateful for.
Right.
The technology that we have right here.
I appreciate that.
All the people in here, yes, Kristen. Everybody in here, something to be grateful for. And think about it. I can see that you smiling a little bit more as you're pointing around. So when you see that gratefulness, you feel that gratefulness truly in your heart, then it's going to make you smile in your heart.
I would agree with that. Thank you, Kristen. Doug, thank you, man. Always appreciate you, brother. You're an amazing soul. You're an amazing friend. You're an amazing surrogate big brother. I appreciate everything about you. And at some point, we are going to be doing a live event here in Colorado. Unfortunately, it's had to be pushed back for a little bit with some upcoming stuff coming up, which my mother is going to be taking care of me again, as she always has throughout the years, which I'm always grateful for. Our next amazing speaker, as I always like to start out with, first and foremost, Christian, thank you for your service towards our country. As I mentioned before, my grandfather served in World War II, and I had a very dear friend / mentor, Carl Sachs, who taught me everything I know about bird hunting. He was the reason I got my first bird dog, Brandy, along with my father. My father and I bird hunted together as far back as I can remember in my early 20s. And I mentioned my oldest friend here in Colorado, Patrick Dunn. He also serves in the military. So the military is a big part of who New Beginnings supports. We stand by everything with what the military is doing. So thank you for your service, brother. And thank you for joining us once again. I met Christian, I think it was on the cruise back in October. I could be wrong on this. And I remember walking the decks of the cruise ship, and I think I just finished my second burrito. And I was walking back to my cabin, and all of a sudden I see this gentleman with the coolest sunglasses I have ever seen, and a shirt that looked like a Tommy Bahama. And right away, I knew who it was, because Tommy Bahama shirts are my jam, and I love a good pair of sunglasses. I turned around immediately, and it was Christian Martinez and his beautiful bride. I had no idea that he was going to be on the cruise. And that week, he and I got to hang out. I got to know more about him and his journey in life. And it was one of the greatest opportunities to get to spend a week on the cruise ship. And it was amazing. And I later found out that he was originally from St. Croix. And that was one of my family's favorite spots to go down and spend vacation at. My brother and I did so many scuba dives down there. It was absolutely incredible. We have so many family memories down there. And I think I literally almost talked Christian's ear off by telling him about those memories. So, Christian, thank you, brother, for coming back to the mountain. Thank you for being a part of this again with us, with the importance of what this summit is about. And with that being said, bro, the summit is yours.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that introduction. Can you guys hear me? Excellent, excellent. You know, I always think about what it is that, you know, we need to share because we all have an important story. And I was asking David about the journey forward with every step, turning regret into legacy. And as I thought about that, I was just thinking about the one person that kind of come into mind. And three people popped up in my mind. And so I wanted to kind of just share what I learned from them and then how I'm using that to honor their legacy. So the first thing that I thought about was regret, right? What is regret? And it's not necessarily just what's being done wrong or what has been done wrong, but it's what we didn't do, the things that may have been left unsaid. And I think about the story that Doug just shared where he was talking about, you know, exposing him to something, not so that he could do it, but that so he could see what not to do, right? That is so important. Is some of the things that we tend to try to protect our people from, or the people that we love. And in essence, what we do is make sure that we almost turn them towards it. So most people aren't holding back because of they believe that they're going to fail. They're holding back because of what they never said, what they never started, and what they never finished, which leads to regret. You know, the weight of those unsaid words, the delayed actions, the missed moments. You know, I think about my grandma and the impact that she made in my life. You know, she always told me, don't ever get stuck in regret. Always move forward. What are you doing? What are you doing instead of belly aching when things don't go your way? You know, and I would chuckle because she always would tell me, quit belly aching. And so I want you to think about the one person that you maybe were thinking about prior to speaking or joining the summit, who you wanted to remember, who you wanted to honor, and think about not every lesson that you have will stay with you, right? But some memories stay with you forever. And what we want to do is to be able to honor those memories. And so back in 2016, I was doing everything right. I was excited. I was still in the service. I was on this fast trajectory to really accomplish some amazing things. My team was getting recognized. Our organization was winning awards. We had even won an Air Force level award, and I had just been recognized as Optometry Technician of the Year. So I was on this high. And I also was in the queue for a promotion. And in that moment, I just knew, I mean, I was excited. I just knew that I was going to get promoted. I was ready. I was fired up. And then the morning that the promotions were supposed to come out, I couldn't sleep. I was up probably at 2 a.m. Now, I was in Japan at the time, so it was really early. And I had started seeing people all over the world being recognized for getting promoted. Because in the military, what they'll do is they'll say, don't post it, because you're not supposed to find out for a week, and people still post it. So I saw all of my friends posting, and I'm like, I'm so excited. I'm like, okay, today's the day. I'm going to find out. And normally you find out first thing in the morning, or even like I was saying, a week before. So I'm excited. I'm waiting. Lunchtime comes around. I don't get any notification. So I start to think, Maybe they're going in alphabetical order. My last name is Martinez. They got a lot of people, so they're waiting for the M's. Then I start to think maybe they're leaving the best for last. And then I chuckle, and then I realize that 2016 was not meant to be. That was not my year. And then I quickly realized a week later that it was going to become the toughest year of my life. I was quickly humbled and reminded that nothing is given and everything is earned. That promotion that I believe that I was guaranteed wasn't the case. And as I was thinking about that week and reflecting, I found out that my grandmother had passed away. This lady was an amazing entrepreneur, business owner, a wealth of wisdom. Every morning she would take me out for a walk. We'd sit down when we got home. She would be smoking cigars and she'd share something meaningful with me. And as I was reflecting over this promotion that I felt that like I deserved, as I felt almost betrayed in that moment, I started thinking about something that she said to me. She said, you know, a lot of people live life with regret. They never move forward. Some people do things and all you hear them do is complain. So here's what I want you to do. Anytime life hits you, I want you to understand what's happening for you and happening through you. And don't belly ache when something doesn't go your way. And she says, you know how I always tell you quit belly aching? I started to laugh and she would always tell me, yeah, stop belly aching and do something about it. So that lesson came flooding in as I was feeling this knot in my stomach. I didn't get promoted. I thought I deserved it. I lost my grandma, somebody that was really important to me. And I started to understand this feeling that the belly aching was her reminding me that I needed to do something about it. Now that she had passed, how am I going to honor her legacy? How am I going to move forward with the regret? Maybe the things that I didn't get to say. You know, I didn't get to tell my grandma how much she meant to me because I felt like I always had time. I felt like there'd be another day. And so as I look back at that decision, I was like, oh my goodness. So I lost her. But what I found was that I wasn't selected because it wasn't that I wasn't deserving of it. It was because that time wasn't right. There was something that I still needed to learn. And I needed to remember that regardless of what I believe or feel like I need to quit belly aching. I need to quit doing that. So how can we move forward and honor their memories? I remember as she would share that lesson about not belly aching, she kept saying, don't leave anything with regrets. Whether you got it or not, whether you got the promotion or not, what are you going to do to move forward? And one of the things that I started thinking about was my mission moving forward from that moment was I wanted to live my life to the fullest. I wanted to live full out and leave this place empty because she was so passionate. She was so strong and she loved people. And for me, I just kept thinking about all of the things that she poured into me. And so I found myself thinking about those moments and I couldn't think back as to one point where she would complain about anything. When she lost her house, she didn't complain. There was this devastating hurricane that destroyed her house. You know what she said? I can build another house. I can't build another family. To her, everything was about perspective. What is important? Who is important? Not these materialistic things. So I had a choice. I could sit there and complain about the loss, or I could become what she had taught me. And so that following year, I just literally became that conduit of not living with regrets. I ended up taking this promotion that I had to take an exam the following year. And I got this conversation shared with me from one of our leaders that did the reviews. They said, listen, You could have taken one test because we had to take 2 tests, and you would have still passed with flying colors. You took both and you blew it out of the water. But the previous year, I wasn't even in the category to get promoted. And I'd realized that I was taking a lot of things for granted because I wasn't truly giving it my very best. And so in that moment, I started thinking about how can I honor her by always giving my best. And so I want you to think about the times that you've, not gotten something that you want in life, and realize that becoming your best doesn't happen by accident. It takes a long look in the mirror to ask yourself the tough questions. Are you doing everything that you can do? Are you honoring their memory? And that's the first thing that I wanted to talk to you about today, is just honoring the memory of the person that meant a lot to you or that brought you here today. How can we do that? Because that started me on this personal development journey. And I remember that as I started to think about regret, the things that I wasn't able to say, the things that I wasn't able to do, the stories I wasn't able to share with my grandma, how much she meant to me, I started thinking about regret as a signal, not a life sentence. It's an indicator to tell us, hey, you need to course correct. You need to stop that belly aching. You need to stop thinking about what didn't happen and what can happen. And so in 2018, so this is about 12 years later, I'm sitting down in Panama outside talking with a friend of mine, and we're sitting down talking about what life looks like, what is next for us. And we talked about business goals, we talked about just everything from family to business to failures to wins. And as we sat there, I just asked him what he was doing, and he said that he was getting ready to publish this book. And I started getting excited because I was like, man, I have a book. I have a book in mind, right? And I said, listen, I wrote this book, and I didn't publish it. And he said, what is stopping you from moving forward? And he said, listen, all the excitement in the world is never going to help you move forward if you don't take that first step. And then he asked me a question. He said, progress is excellent, but reflection is important. Who do you need to honor by putting this out into the world? Who is not only who do you need to honor, but who needs this story? And so I started to think about my grandma. I started to think about all of the amazing things that she had accomplished and how much she had spoken into my life. And so daily reflection became a powerful way for me to start and end each day. So I started to practice this, and I fell off, and then I started back in 2022. So from 2018 to 2022, I was on this journey of self-reflection. I started doing it. I stopped, I kept going. And I realized that in 2022, it was that when you start a day and you reflect on kind of like when you end the day and you reflect on everything that you saw, who did you see, who did you connect with, what did you accomplish, it gives you a fresh perspective on how you can make the next day better. So even though I was practicing this from 2018 to 2022, I didn't publish the book till 2025. Think about that. Almost from 2018 to 2025, I didn't publish the book. And as I sat down one night, my routine would look like I would pick up a book, I would read, and then I just read it because that's what everybody else was doing. And I remember the conversation that I had in Panama when he said, progress is good, but reflection is needed, right? Reflection is excellent. That's what you need to do. And so I started to reflect, and I started reading this book, Funny How Life Works. And I really didn't expect to get anything from the book because I was reading it from a comedic standpoint. The person that wrote the book was a comic, and he had some really powerful lessons in the book. And I started to realize that I was taking life way too serious. My question is, are you taking life too serious? Do you give yourself some grace? A lot of people have talked about grace today, right? Have you given yourself some grace? You know, we tend to be graceful with other people. I remember, I think it was Tisha said, be graceful with your cat, or somebody mentioned that their dog tore up the couch, right? Like, you're graceful with everybody else, but are you graceful with yourself? Do you give yourself some grace? So I started that night on doing a small little 5-minute kind of routine where I said, not only am I going to reflect, but I'm going to ask myself 3 questions to kind of really see how I can shift from just intention to action. What went well was the first question that I asked myself. What went well today? The second question was, what felt off? You know, sometimes you go into a situation, you go into a meeting, you go into an event, you go to something and something feels off, right? What felt off and why? And then the last question is, what can I learn or let go of? That last part, let go of, really, really stuck with me for a long time. I had shared a few last summit that I watch a lot of people in our community and what you guys are doing, and I love what you're doing, and I've leaned into kind of like reaching out, connecting, and talking to folks. And I remember seeing Ashley post something that really resonated with me, and it was about understanding that everybody in your life shows you where they belong. The question is, are you putting them there? Right? You know, people are looking for free rent in your mind, and I will challenge you to not let that happen. But people are telling you where they belong in your life. The question is, are you rightfully putting them in their place? All right. They will come alongside you and they can choose to be with you, be part of your life, or they would come alongside you and maybe talk about you. Either way, they're telling you where they belong, and you need to be mindful of that. So as you honor the legacy, I want you to think about, are you reflecting intentionally to become the winner that you're called to be? You know, small habits change the way that we show up, but it didn't just change how I showed up for myself. It showed up how I was showing up for my daughter and the people around me, because it's really important that we think about this process, this journey to what legacy really is. We need to stop carrying yesterday and start showing up differently. You know, the legacy isn't something that you leave behind. It's something that you build right now. And so the other day, about 4 weeks ago, I was in the car with my daughter. And I love the time that we get together. I love the time that we get to share, because I didn't have that. And so since I retired from the military, my mission has been to be more involved in the life of my kids, just because before I was always on the road, always gone. And so now, if she has practice, my wife is like, oh, we'll rotate days. I was like, that's cool if you want to join us, but I'm taking my daughter to practice. I'm going to take her to practice. And so I was sitting in the car with her and we're driving to practice. And I look over to her, and she normally will put on her headphones and we'll have conversations, but she'll always have her headphones. And I know when she is serious because she'll take her headphones off. And so I said, hey, sweetheart, I want to talk to you about an event. I'm going to be putting on an event in the fall, and I want you to be part of it. She takes off her headphones. She looks at me. She's like, what do you mean you want me to be a part of it? You want me to take your pictures? Because we joke about her being my social media person, right? So she'll take pictures and videos and stuff like that. And I was like, no, baby, I don't want you to be my social media manager. I want you to speak at the event. And you should have seen the look on her face. It was like a new world opened up to her. She was like, wait a minute. You think I can speak at your event? I looked at her and I said, not only do I think that you can speak, I know you can speak. And you can be bigger, better, and brighter than me. She looked at me again. You can see like she was kind of getting a little bit emotional. And I said, what's wrong? She's like, I don't know if I can do that. I said, I know you can. I said, I see when you're at volleyball and you're talking to your teammates, how they look to you, how they look up to you, how they're inspired by you. So what I want you to start doing is I want you to start every time you go through something, you experience something, I want you to just ask yourself, what am I supposed to learn? I want you to be a continuous learner. And I want you to learn the lessons, and I want you to come up with a message. And so right after I told her that, 2 weeks later, she got asked to speak in front of 200 people. So in May, she's going to be speaking to 200 people, and she's working on her message, a message before my event. And so she comes to me, she's like, Daddy, I was asked to speak. And I was like, all right, cool. What are we going to talk about? She's like, well, I want to talk about this. And I watched her light up. I watched her get so excited and so passionate about something that she did not think was possible prior to the conversation that we had when I said, I want you to speak at the event. So when you think about legacy, I want you to ask yourself, how are you moving forward? Are you investing in the people that are around you by honoring the people in the past? You know, I look at my daughter and I see so much resemblance from my grandma, this powerful, strong, passionate woman. But as I listened to her the other night, she came in the room and she shared with me and my wife her story. She's like, so I just want to read to you what I got. Man, I got choked up because of the message that she has and what she's sharing. And I said, so, you know, the audience, you want to make sure that you get them involved in the story. You get them to see themselves in the story. And so she goes, well, how do I do that? And I said, remember the story that you shared about this? And so she got excited. She went back, she tweaked it, she recorded it, she came, she talked to me about it. And I was like, okay, say it again. And I'm watching her just glow and get so excited about what's about to happen in her life. And what I want to share with you guys is that the way that we honor the people of our past, the way that we honor those loved ones that were instrumental in our lives, is by remembering them and honoring them, reflecting on the things that you learned from them, and then moving forward by leaving it to the next generation. Your legacy is built in your next step. Don't regret the moment. Don't belly ache. Just lead with your very next best step. With that, David, over to you.
Thank you, brother. Congratulations on your little girl, dude. You got to be one proud papa that she's stepping up to the mantle and that she's doing this. That's incredible, dude.
Yeah, I'm excited about it.
I would be too if I was a dad. And, you know, absolutely love you, bro. Love what you bring every single time to the summit. I'll never trade that week for anything, getting to know you and your bride. That was a heck of a trip. And I've heard you speak on a couple times about your grandmother. And, you know, I mentioned this earlier. I was extremely close to my grandmother growing up. So anytime I get to hear stories about other people's grandmothers, I love it. So thank you for sharing that. I'm going to kick this over to our Zoom room. And we've got Sierra.
Hey, how's it going, Christian?
How are you doing, my neighbor?
It's so funny how someone finally knows where mine in North Dakota is because they lived here and I didn't meet you till you left.
Yes, I know. I told. Oh my God. That was so funny. Yeah. I was, yes, that is funny.
So thank you for that. I definitely wrote down what went well, what felt off, and why, because I feel like the and why seems like a little thing, but it's actually a big thing for reflection. And then what can I learn or let go of? Because I feel like doing that daily audit would be really helpful, because especially those of us who run organizations, we wear a lot of hats and hold a lot of different things for a lot of people. And it can be really easy to let like one little thing in the day kind of ruin the day, or that's the big hairy thing that you just remember from that day. But there were so many wins throughout the day also.
Yeah.
But I feel like that could be really good for me to just kind of have like a mental, hey, what went well, what felt off. Also, it was very important that you said that, because I feel like sometimes our feelings are not a lot of people don't think feelings are valid. And no, God gave us a spidey sense for a reason. I mean, I call it the Holy Spirit, like divine intervention. So what felt off, and then reflecting on that, and then just again the third piece about like what can I learn, or a big one, let go of, because so many times we carry around things that aren't actually serving us and helping us, and like realizing, and if we start to see a pattern as we do this exercise daily, that's going to be a huge, okay, we see a pattern here. How do we correct that pattern? Well, we might have to change some things or let go of them. So I know in your world, you probably are like, that was a really small part about what I talked about, but that was like my biggest takeaways because it gives me a tangible thing I can do. So thank you for that.
No, absolutely. And thank you for sharing that. I have this this thing that I started doing recently, and it's the 3 things you have to let go of. And as you were sharing it, I was like, man, maybe another time, but I'll share it now. So I remember sitting down and thinking about, why is it that a lot of people aren't being as successful, or going down the path that they desire for themselves, for their life, for the people around them. And it was just that. What are they not letting go of? And so there's 3 things that all of us have to choose when we're going to let go of. The first one is the habits. What habits aren't serving you? And so it might be as simple as, like you were saying, taking on too many things, or not letting go of things when you need to. But what habits are you doing? This could be sleeping in, binge watching on the weekend. What is not serving you that you need to be doing right now, that you need to let go of? There's something that you're doing, a habit that you have that's not serving you and not drawing you closer to your goal. The second thing is, what thoughts are you having? And this is something that I really talk heavy in my book on mastering that self-talk. What conversations are you having with yourself right now that aren't serving you? We all have these things where we say, I'm not good enough, or maybe I can't articulate well, maybe I'm not as polished as Doug, maybe I don't look as good as Mary. Like, whoever that is, whatever you're saying, you need to let go of that conversation that you're having. What thoughts are you having that you need to let go of? And the last one, which is the most difficult one for me, probably most difficult for you guys, is, what relationships do you need to let go of? What relationships are no longer serving you? I wouldn't say that anybody in this room would be a relationship that I want to let go of, but I know there's a lot of people that I know that they're still doing what they were doing 20 years ago. And guess what? This guy isn't doing that. My name is Christian, and I don't play games.
I love that, Christian. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Sierra. We're going to hold it just Tish after Tish. We're going to kick it over to our next 2 speakers. We've got 2 new mountaineers and base campers coming to us, which we are really excited about, thanks to Shiloh Webb and the connection. So before we do that, we're going to let Tish pour into Christian, and then we'll introduce our new friends who are joining the summit.
I just want to say, Christian, I've been stalking you, and I told everyone earlier that I'm in human resources, so I'm not allowed to say stalking, but I'm in a safe group. You will not report me. Thank you for who you are, what you are. God bless you for your service to our country. And I just love you. And I am so excited that I could hear a portion of your talk. My pit bull terrier, who thinks he's a lap dog and wants 63 pounds, rescue dog, he decided he wanted to go outside. So I only got to hear a little bit of you, but like I said, I stalk you. I love you. I keep doing what you're doing, man. It's amazing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that 63 Pitbull wins that battle if he needs to go to the bathroom, Tish.
Yeah. I had him DNA tested. He's 100% pit bull, and got him from a shelter, and he's precious.
That's awesome. Thank you, Tish. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, thank you, Christian Martinez, for your amazingness, your awesomeness. Like I say every time, the only downside is that Barkley jersey right there, dude. Go Broncos. I know we're going to have another great season coming up, and hopefully we'll take you guys on again next season. You know, I got to do that every time. It's been a tradition. So, brother, appreciate you. You know, I'll be in touch for the next one coming up. And who knows? It may be a virtual, it may be a live. You never know with me. I like throwing snowballs and avalanches and lug nuts into the middle of it. But thank you, brother. You're awesome. Now, everybody knows the name Shyla Webb, and she is a phenomenal powerhouse of a speaker. I've known Shyla now for 2 to 3 years. And Shyla is going to speak later on in the summit tomorrow. I think actually she's opening up tomorrow, which talk about heavy hitters, right? Amber was today, Shyla is tomorrow. And when we were setting up the summit, I was talking to Shyla saying, hey, I need some fresh blood on the summit. And you've always been talking to me about you have some connections, right? And she goes, let me tell you, I definitely do. And this Melissa Markle, you got to get to know her. And 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was out door dashing and I decided to stop. And Melissa and I were able to get on a call. And we were talking for about 15 or 20 minutes. And it was like another Megan Hurley moment. I knew within like 2 to 3 minutes that Melissa needed to be a part of this. What I didn't know was she had a partner in crime that she decided to tell me about. And typically I need to meet the people that I want to bring on the summit. I need to vet them, make sure that they fit in with the group. But after meeting Melissa and knowing Shyla, I was like, oh, what the heck, let's do it. And here we are. Melissa Markle and Tina Kraus, I hope I said that right, are new to the Mountain Summit Virtual. And boy, oh boy, they don't know what they got themselves into, y'all, because we're a wild bunch here. But I am super excited to welcome not only fellow new mountaineers, base campers, but I'm also excited to welcome in my business partner, my BFF of 19 years, Austin Cunliffe, who just jumped in here. But ladies, the summit is yours.
Awesome. All I know is that from the last presentation with Christian, I get to introduce myself now every single time as, hi, my name is Tina and I don't play games. I think that's the best introduction ever. So thank you for having us and thank you for trusting to not vet me. It's all good, I promise. That's a lot of pressure though. But we are newly kind of formed partnership. How this all went down was I worked in corporate America for 22 years, climbing the ladder, doing what everyone, says you're supposed to do and doing it the way I thought I should and the way everyone tells us and all the stuff. And I found myself in 2015, January of 2015, with a phone call from my 24-year-old daughter at the time who said, Mom, something really bad happened last night. And at the time, I was a workaholic. I had, the white picket fence and everything on paper said everything should be perfect, just like I was trying so hard to keep it all together perfect. And reality is that inside I was not okay. Inside I was burnt out. Inside I was lonely. Inside I was scrambling. Inside I wasn't okay. And my daughter almost passed away. And I was really good at working 70, 80 hours a week and then coming home and taking out all the stress and all the stuff on my family. And I think what I know now, a lot of us actually do. And it was not only a wake-up call for me, but it was a wake-up call for my daughter as well. And so we've spent the next 10 years really digging into ourselves, going down the self-development journey, going down the awakening, whatever you want to call it. But there was this moment, and Christian talked about it, there was this moment when that happened where I was like, this gets to be different. Like this time gets to be different. I get to be here. I get to be present with my daughter. I get to let work go. And I did that. And I went on this self-transformation journey, and 3 years later walked away from the comfy title, walked away from the title, walked away from all of it, because I was like, if I can learn these tools individually, and if it changes my world and my life and my relationships and my results as much as it has, and I'm 50 years old and I don't know about these tools, I get to spend the rest of my life teaching other people these tools so that we can all rise. I mean, imagine a world. And a couple of years later, actually a couple of years ago, I found myself in front of Melissa's team. Melissa had brought me in because of a product, a team excellence product that we were working on, which is really just a bunch of individuals that are on the same team going through the work together at the same time, and went through it with Melissa. And I'm going to let her kind of tell the rest of the story, because that's when we met, and it's actually what led us to being here today with you.
Absolutely. So hi everyone, I'm Melissa Marks, and similar to Tina, I came from the corporate world, but primarily federal government. And for me, I was also at the height of my career. I was actually, I just retired in September with almost 30 years with the federal government. And for me, I was doing some major things that you just didn't get to experience. And at the height of that, I was doing a $38 million project. I was a newlywed, all these kinds of things. And then I go to a doctor's appointment and find myself diagnosed with stage 3A breast cancer. And so that whole world that I had got to shift to focusing on me surviving life. And as I went through that long journey, and it was a long, drawn-out journey, what I realized is that as I looked back, I was surviving a lot of my life before cancer. And as I was starting to step into what I would call thrivership, I started to shift how I was showing up, because what I was doing at work was internalizing a ton of stress, and it was starting to manifest itself in my body to say, hey, you get to wake up, you get to slow down, you get to take care of yourself and really pay attention to your health. And so I got to do that for a year, and at the same time, I promoted up the ladder while I was being treated. But what I learned in that time was it really mattered how I showed up with people. And what I was doing before was not working because it was me internalizing stress. And so I got very intentional as I led with teams, really connecting with people and getting to know them. And it just made my life easier. So for me, it was about that ease and flow that I really got to create while I was being treated with breast cancer. I actually started applying that to the rest of life and the teams that I got to lead. And I actually climbed the ladder quite quickly in that time. But it was that shift. And then years later, Tina and I got to meet through the work that we do. And it was just amazing to see. There's a statistic that Gallup has been tracking since the 2000s. I heard somebody say they were in HR. I'm sure we're in all different walks of life of who we support. And that statistic talks about that only 30% of people in the company, and this is across the world, by the way, are actively engaged when they're at work. And there's another statistic, the other part of that is 20 to 30% are actively disengaged. So that means they're drilling a hole in the boat, they're rowing the other way. And then the 50-ish% in the middle are the ones that you want to influence. And so that's where, like when we work together, it's amazing to see when you influence that, to have a team where you're working together and it's like 80 to 90% actively engaged. Can you imagine? Mm-hmm. And just think about like all the teams we're all on. I mean, we're on work teams, but we're also on like friendship teams. We're on family teams. We may have a significant other. I heard Christian talk about his daughter. So we're on all kinds of teams. So when that's an ease and flow, our life is an ease and flow as well.
Yeah. And those numbers haven't changed. That's the big thing. They've been, I remember being, new to management 30 years ago, and those numbers were still the numbers and everybody was trying to move them. And I think the biggest thing that we've learned is that, as a high performer in business, and an entrepreneur as well, we don't get the kind of EI training anywhere in life like we really need to have in order to move those numbers, because moving those numbers are they're people numbers. And when we're constantly doing this, which the statistics also say 87% of the time strategy fails because we're in resistance. 87% of the time. And that number staggered me. It was like, that's the number we get to focus on changing. How do you get people out of resistance? And when we started going in with embodiment tools, that's when it really started to change. I had all the certificates, right? When my daughter called me in 2015, I had all the certificates. I had done the schooling. I had the degrees, like all that stuff. And I still didn't know how to have a difficult conversation. And so we're not training the leadership side of it. We're training it, but we're not showing people how to embody it. And so the work that we do really digs into that embodiment piece. I was listening to Christian with his daughter. I mean, imagine if all of us were empowered as children like that, how much different we would be as adults. And because we are adults now doesn't mean that we can't start learning those behaviors now and teaching them down.
Yeah, and it's really like we think about in any kind of relationship, it fundamentally it's just about how we relate to the other person, to the world, to the thing. And just being able to hold that loving space and allowing the empowerment part is allowing somebody to step into that space and then hold whatever they need you to hold. And that's where, you know, we really, I would say, excel. And I actually love that space so much more, being able to connect really deep. And, you know, I'm a scientist by trade. I started out in engineering, so I'm going to tell you some nerdy statistics. Did you know that the heart is, did you know that the heart is like 5 times more powerful than any other organ? So if you can find a way to come from love in your heart, it's amazing the influence energetically that you have. And when you are around those people, you feel them when they walk into the room. They just light it up, and we can all access that is from the heart. So we've heard of unconditional love, and it's hard to do because we've all been so conditioned as we've grown up by all the, you know, factions and all that. But if we can really find that place and know where our boundaries are, but also know that we're safe, so that we can lead from that place, it created a level of simplification and freedom for me that I don't want to ever go back to anything else. And sure, I have those hurt moments, but it's just been amazing when you have that kind of, you know, energy come from the heart, and definitely something that we lean into when we support people.
Yeah, it's leading in a different way. I mean, I was taught a very, very masculine, directive kind of way that leadership was. It was my job. No, it was my job in leadership. Hopefully that's okay. Do you want us to stop? Or was that?
Can't tell.
All right, I'm gonna
keep going.
I'm gonna keep going. Stop me if I'm not. But I was taught, like, it was my job as a leader to create the plan. It was my job as a leader to tell people what to do. It was my job as a leader to dictate and all that icky stuff that doesn't work. And that stuff doesn't just get turned around. I would have never known new techniques and new ways of leading if I wouldn't have gone through the grief myself, if I wouldn't have gone through that process myself. There we go. If I wouldn't have gone through that process myself. And so, you know, they say that hurt people hurt people. Well, guess what? Transform people transform people. And I just love the fact that now we can do that in the workforce. It's okay to be able to do that in the workforce, because let's be honest. What's going on with me at work, it's coming home. And I'm taking it out on my family. And what's happening at home, it finds its way into the workplace as well. And so what if we could really find a way to heal that from a heart perspective, to heal that from a leadership perspective, to learn ways to embody these things in a different way? That's our path to workplace culture. That's our path to getting the relationships and the results that we say we really want. But all the stuff gets in the way. 87% of the time we're like this. So the one thing that we can do as leaders of our family, leaders of our community, leaders of our work, is work on ourselves and make sure that we're showing up from a place of neutrality, make sure that we're showing up in our leadership, make sure that we're showing up from a place of compassion and caring about the people around us. And I want you to imagine a world where that was what we led with, where that was the norm. It would be a much different world, right?
I love it.
Yes, and we get to create it, Deb, right? Like, we get to create that, and it starts with each one of us individually.
Yeah. And so one of the things that I would love to share with you, you know, we've got 3 decision centers. We got our head, we got our heart, and we got our gut. And just to be very clear, and you may know this, but anytime we're doing a thought from our head, it's really based on like fear, risk mitigation, that kind of thing. Anytime it's the heart, we talk about unconditional love. So we're actually wanting to create a space where people feel loved, they feel supported, they feel like they belong to something. And then our gut is our instinctual. So it's just our inner knowing of, is this right? Our morals, is this wrong? That kind of thing. And when do you use which one? Because we've been trained that everything is done from the brain, which is fear-based. And it really keeps us playing small and keeps our walls up with everybody else. And I can only imagine, just having spoken with David, of course, like he said, knowing Shyla, if you all are here, you are the kind of people that want to create that space and place for everyone else just like you probably wanted it yourself. And so just, being mindful of where am I leading from right now? And do I need to lead from fear? Do I need to lead from my headspace? Or do I need to trust my gut because, there's just something going on and I'm trusting my instincts? Or is there another person in front of me that's also hurting and I want my heart to be open and create that connection?
And if there's chat, we're trying really hard not to get our nose hairs in the thing to actually read what's happening on chat.
We're both old enough we cannot see it. So if we lean in really close, that's what's going on.
No, thank you, ladies. That was incredible. No, I can read off some of the comments to you because it's hard to read them on cell phones. I'm 42 and I can't read it. And I'm sorry for the technical issues. I don't know what happened. There was an error with Zoom and I got kicked off, but everything was still streaming. So I apologize for the interruption. Deb put, we are taught the fear. We clearly can be taught kindness and love and retaught thanks to you all. So I second that. And I know I missed a little bit of that, but thankfully I wasn't gone for too long. But, it does start with what you said. It starts with the leadership. And I was taught that from a very young age. I remember when I was working for a company back in the day before I got into the entrepreneurial world, I was working for a company called Cummins Rocky Mountain, and there was a gentleman that we all called Uncle Stevie. And sadly, he passed away, and everybody was devastated when Uncle Stevie passed. And the three owners of the business shut down the branch on a Saturday, which was a money generator because it was a trucking business. But the owners didn't care, and so that everybody in the branch could go to the funeral. And I remember myself and the executive vice president of the company took the stage and we sang How Deep the Father's Love for Us a cappella for everybody who knew Stevie. And that was a testament to the leadership of the organization. And that's where it all starts. It starts with the integrity, and that's who you are when nobody's looking. And so I appreciate both of you for trusting Chyla and trusting me for joining us for today. So thank you for that. And before we let you go for the evening, because I know you both are at an event today, as Melissa shared with me. And Melissa, I do have to say this. I said Melissa Markles, like sparkles. So I apologize about that. And so I know there's somebody in the community that's going to speak tomorrow. And if she was here with us tonight, she would be having so much fun with that because she loves unicorns and she loves sparkles. So I apologize for saying Markles, and I will get it right. So
I kind of like that because Melissa does sparkle. So it works. It works.
Yeah. So there we go. You got a new nickname from the MBM family. So we're going to kick this over to our VIP guests, and I'm going to see who's.
We lost David.
Oh no, we lost David again.
Yep.
I'm just gonna
We
dive
lost
in.
David, but Deb, you can go.
The boss is in the house, Austin. So who cares
The
about
co-host, the co-host, I can't talk. The co-host is back.
So that comment about sparkles, I carry emergency glitter. And the two of you, hearing you, and also the fact that you are part of the group of crazy HR folks, I highly recommend carrying state glitter. I don't know if you do or not.
And we will now. We will
Yes.
now.
Not everyone always appreciates the glitter, but we do.
No. And the reason why is it was on Facebook and it was just hysterical. The parent was doing the laundry and the child's pocket was full of glitter. And so the mom said, what is this? Why is it here? And the little girl's comment was, because you just never know when you might need glitter. And I
Exactly.
thought, dang, I wonder, because of my car wreck, I don't remember a lot of my childhood, and my parents aren't alive. So it's like, I wonder if I was like her.
I bet you were. Just
Yeah.
by knowing you this much, I'm positive
Yes.
that you were.
You just never know when you need glitter. And in HR, you have to throw glitter
Yes.
to get people's butts in gears.
Yes.
I loved it.
Thank you.
And I'm going to reach out. You're on Facebook and okay, because I want to connect. You are my people.
Yes.
Are you back, David?
So I'm gonna go right after Tish, and of course Tish, you're already my soul sister, my theater family. Of course you carry emergency glitter. Of course you do. And to Tina and Melissa, this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship. Thank you so much. You're amazing. And just to clarify, you mentioned ET training. I may have missed when you stated, is that emotional intelligence or
Yeah.
something like that?
Hopefully I didn't say ET, EI. Or
You know what?
EQ.
You in fact said EI, and I
Okay, good.
somehow, with
Got
all
it.
the Star talk earlier, turned it into ET with glitter. Okay. Mwah.
We'll roll with
That
it.
works. ET. I love ET. I'm sorry, everybody. I have no idea what's going on with my tech side of things, but thank you, Austin, for taking over and everybody for helping out. I don't know what I missed, but
Glitter. Lots of glitter.
and sparkles and markles. ET phone home. Ladies, thank you so much for being a part of this with us. I hope you can tune in as we go throughout the next day because we close this out tomorrow. We'll be in touch. Tune in tomorrow because Miss Shiloh's kicking this off at 7 a.m. Mountain Standard. Truly appreciate you. And thank you again.
Of course. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. We are down to our final speaker. And it's crazy to already think that we're at a final speaker. And let's hope the tech holds up here. This is the first time that this has happened, but I'm going to share something really quick before we introduce our final speaker. The amount of challenges that I have been going through in the last 24 hours getting ready for today has been incredible. And I share this because I always know something when we're building something incredible that's going to change lives and that it's going to impact lives. I know what that is, and that's the evil one trying to knock me off my game. And he's been doing that since 2018, April 19th, and March 19th, 2022. And I'm going to tell you something. Nothing's going to knock me off my game because what we are about to hear is a testament of resilience, is a father that loves his boys unconditionally. And this is a man that is a poet, is a man of grit, is a man of heart. And I had to track him down last week because I didn't hear from him for 3 weeks. And when you're a part of the MBM family and a part of the Green and Black, you can ask people within this family that if I have a sense that you're struggling or hurting, I will track you down like a bird dog to make sure that you're okay. And I am grateful to call this man my brother. And I always have to give him credit when credit is due. He already has a big head, but I hope this doesn't go to his head even more because I don't know how much bigger his head can get. But it's thanks to Austin that Chris Morrison is a part of this summit. Because last year in Nashville, Austin connected with Chris and had a couple of conversations during that time. And Austin really didn't give me a choice on who was going to be a part of the summit. And I think it was May when we did our second one. And I'm glad I listened because sometimes I can be a pretty stubborn person. And I am really glad I listened on this one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give this to my brother from another mother, Mr. Chris Morrison. The summit is yours, bro.
Thank you, man. Guys, hear me all right? Perfect. And first off, David, thank you so much for kind of prying me out of the rock, out from underneath the rock, because you're right. It's been a couple, as a lot of it's been a rough couple of months, and not that I was fully isolating, but I was not responding to a lot of people. So thank you for giving me a little shake and helping me get back up on my feet, because this is what I'm here to do, is to bring light onto what people go through and the way that we don't process it and the way that we let it just fester. So I really liked the peace talk, whatever you want to call it, from last time. And so I've brushed it up a little bit, and I think I'm going to go back with that, because it really has set what I'm here to go forward and do for people that are grieving, and for men especially, that are told not to feel, not to show, not to just hold in their emotions. So I don't believe that there is one right way to grieve, but I do know that there are some wrong ones. And I know because I've lived them. The first one is, I was 12 years old, sitting on a church pew, and that gold, faded, kind of crusty cushion, just looking down at the floor and seeing that. I remember there were white flowers up near the casket, and the air was really heavy, like everybody was holding their breath. And I just remember that I was trying to, as well, to not be seen, not be heard. And there was this man, he walked up. I don't know who it was, if it was an uncle or a friend, and he puts his hand on my shoulder and he squeezes it and he says, "You got to be strong, Chris. You got to be strong for your mother. You got to be strong for your brother and your sister. You're the man of the house now." The man of the house. See, I was 12 years old. The last thing that my dad, Dave, taught me was how to shave. I didn't have a driver's license. I didn't know how to lead a family. Heck, I hadn't even had my first kiss. I didn't know what a man actually was. But I knew what I'd seen. Good old Rambo, Arnold Schwarzenegger, a little bit of Van Damme in there. So, men don't cry. At least not the ones people respect. So when I felt the tears rise up in my throat, I held them back. I took a deep breath and I swallowed. And I can still remember the feeling of it pushing down into my stomach like a hot lead. And I thought that was strength. No one meant me harm that day. That man wasn't trying to hurt me. He was just passing down what had been passed on to him. Be strong. Hold it together. Other people are counting on you, and their emotions are more important than yours. And that message works. It builds responsibility. It builds discipline. It builds companies, and it builds leaders. But it does not teach you how to grieve. When you swallow grief, you do not eliminate it. When you store grief, it waits and it grows. So go on to 17. I lost my dream of becoming an airline pilot by 0.2%, 0.2%. It came in this big manila envelope from the Army, and across the front of it, there was the word disqualified stamped in big, bold red letters. And it was all because of a lung capacity test. See, I have asthma. Even though I was an elite wrestler who was on the way to the Olympics, There was nothing I could do. There was nothing to train, nothing to improve, nothing to fight. It wasn't about effort, it was just pure biology. And that was the hardest part. So I didn't rage. There was nothing to argue. I just drifted. You see, sometimes grief isn't the death of a person. Sometimes it's the death of who you thought you were going to be. And I fell. I ended up at a vocational tech school. The one people joked was where the bad kids go. Other schools had decided they didn't want me anymore. My grades had slipped. I had become violent, angry in ways that I just didn't understand, because that unprocessed grief doesn't disappear. It leaks. And I didn't say I'm grieving. I just stopped dreaming. And quietly, I stamped something else on myself. Not good enough, not chosen, not for us. When identity collapses, most people don't call it grief. They call it I'm figuring something out. I'm working on myself. And then they go quiet. So I stopped chasing my dreams in the sky and I started building on the ground. I threw myself into learning how to be a machinist. Then in composites manufacturing, I worked and I moved and I worked and I moved and I worked. And by my mid-20s, I had built a serious career. I was making anywhere from $160,000 to $180,000 a year as a 26 to 28-year-old kid. On paper, I was successful. I was skilled. I was respected. I was valuable. But achievement can't silence that doubt. It cannot heal that grief. Underneath the success was still that envelope, still that word disqualified. So I did what I learned at 12. I swallowed it and I kept going. And at 28, I lost my family, not to death, to conflict. There was no funeral. There was no ritual, no moment where everyone gathered and said, we see your loss. Just distance and silence. And for me, that kind of grief is dangerous because it's invisible. And that's where I really slipped. And I checked out in a different way. It wasn't just isolation, it was sex, it was hard drugs, it was drinking, it was anything that I could do to not feel the way that I was feeling. I moved into this little apartment in downtown Seattle. So small, yet on purpose, because I didn't want to move in another person to take care of them. And I kept everyone that I could at arm's length. Even with money, even with success, you can make 180 grand and still be bankrupt. Not just in your bank account, but emotionally. Most people don't fall apart like that loudly. They decay privately. And escaping pain does not remove it. It compounds it. And eventually, collapse brought me to my knees. At 30, I found recovery. And God, I am so blessed that I got into the rooms. There was community. There was honesty. There was accountability. And the first time in my life, I let people see me. Not the capable version, not the high-functioning version, the real one, the one that had been hurt in so many ways, the one I had seen loss. And it did change everything. I built friendships that were honest, friendships where no one was pretending, friendships where people knew my story and stayed anyways. And for 5 years, I showed up, I stayed, I let myself be supported, and slowly I began believing something I had never believed before. Maybe I don't have to do this all alone. And then I get the text. Chris, don't come and find me. I'm sorry. I just can't do this. This was a friend. This was a sponsee, somebody that I love dearly. And it didn't just break my heart. It drained something out of me. It was hopelessness. It was that kind that whispers, here we go again, another loss, another funeral, another person gone. This time, though, I talked about it, I cried, I didn't hide my emotions. But underneath all of that, I made a decision, just a quiet but conscious one. If this is a place where the self-proclaimed sick and dying go, then maybe building my life here is like walking into the cancer ward. You know, the room, people sitting together getting chemo. Maybe this isn't the best place to be making friends. And somewhere inside of me, this is what I thought. If I attach here, if I build here, I am just signing up to keep losing people. And I was so tired of stepping over bodies. And I know it wasn't logical. Maybe it was. I wasn't compassionate. But for me, it was honest. I was tired of losing people, so I decided to protect myself. It wasn't dramatically, it wasn't angrily, it was really strategic. I stayed a little less, I shared a little less, I depended on people a little bit less. And when I moved, I finally just slipped away. I convinced myself I was evolving, I was outgrowing it, but what I was really doing was isolating again. And isolation doesn't always look like one big collapse. Sometimes it looks like self-sufficiency. Sometimes it looks like strength. Sometimes it feels like wisdom, but it's still isolation. And I have found for me that isolation distorts grief. And here's the part I don't say out loud very often. I am tired of grieving. Ron, my biological father, Rick, my grandpa, Peter, my stepdad, Dave, the campground I learned how to be a child, Eric, lost to drugs far too young, my dream of becoming a pilot, my family as I once knew it, Amy, who drank herself to death at 32, Cameron, my marriage, Tim, and my son, Oliver. This one is different. It's 7 o'clock at night. I've just gotten home from Flagstaff and my phone rings. His mom says he's having an asthma attack and they're taking it, and I need you to help come take him to the hospital. So I get in the car and it's only 10 minutes. And by the time I walk in, they're working on him. But I know that he is no longer with us. And when the police walk in to create some space, they take me out back and I see that piece of foil laying there on the back patio and the burn marks. And everything that I have been fighting for the last 2 years is gone. This is my son. And he is everywhere. The park outside still has juice boxes in the pantry I can't throw away. His laugh in my head. And alongside that grief is anger. I get so mad. I get mad at the system that didn't tell me that there was other paths to go down. I get anger, so mad. I get angry at the manipulation. And there's anger at myself that I couldn't move faster. And not from just getting here to her house. I mean, faster in the system that is designed to slow us down. And what I'm learning right now, not years from now, is that I don't have to amputate that anger to be loving. Because my anger exists for a reason. And it is that I loved him fiercely. And he loved fiercely. He loved his brother. He loved his mom. He loved his friends. And with no doubt, he knew that I loved him. And he loved me. And you see, he didn't ration it. He didn't live halfway. And I can feel that energy even now. And it presses me on in the best way. See, I have made a bold declaration to choose love. Every chance I get. every place I go. And it's not soft love, not passive love. This is fierce love that you can feel the moment I come in the room. A couple of days after Oliver died, my friend Judy said something that shifted me. She said, grief is meant to be witnessed. And I didn't understand it in that moment, but I do now. See, when we grieve in isolation, it hardens. When we grieve in the open, it softens. When we let our grief be seen, we give other people permission to be honest about theirs. And grief that is witnessed becomes human. Grief that is hidden becomes distortion. For most of my life, I have tried to be strong by swallowing it. Now I'm learning that strength might look like letting it be seen. And I wish I could tell you that I've made sense of all this, and I haven't. 82 days, and there's still not a lot of perspective. It's still being quiet most days. But it has allowed me to bring a level of presence into my life that I never had before. Each moment is so valuable. Wednesday, 5 p.m., July 14th. I'm standing across the street, looking at my son holding his Nerf gun in his snazzy sweater, telling him how handsome he is. Thursday, July 15th, 7 p.m., he is gone. We talk about tomorrow is never promised, and we really don't think about that until it hits us. And so all we do have is this this moment. So some days I'm steady, and some days I'm angry. And even though there are fewer now than there were a month or two ago, there are still days where I just stand somewhere or sit in my car and cry. But I know this, closing my heart will not bring him back. Numbing this pain will not honor him. There is no amount of video games or drugs or booze that will ever fill that hole. And that's okay. He will live right there forever. And I don't have to run away from those feelings. So I am choosing, imperfectly at times, to stay open, to let it hurt, to let people show up for me. Thank you, David. And to feel everything. Love with a spine, which means to be okay with my anger, to be okay with the change, and to know that it is part of the design. And I will live fully anyways. Not because I feel strong, but because he did. And that is how I'm going to carry him forward. And so I'm going to close with this. Whatever you're carrying right now, be it grief, be it shame, be it failure, anger, or something no one else knows about, please, you don't have to carry this alone. Closed mouths do not get fed. And with a community like this, we are all here to serve you. Thank you, guys.
Chris, I'm not a father, and that's always been a regret in my life. But with that being said, I want everybody here in Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook to take a second, especially the men. This is the definition of what a man is right here. The vulnerability. The strength. It's not physical strength, it's inner strength. The courage. I still, every time I think about Josiah, there are no words, brother, behind what you and your boy and your family and you are going through. I saw how it affected my father when he lost Joey. And it breaks my heart. And I don't have an answer. This one hits me differently because your boy was so young, so beautiful. And I just want you to know that I'll still be hounding you because I care about you and you're my brother, and if I don't hear from you after 2 days, I will be hounding you. And if, like I told you, if I don't hear from you, I will unleash the Austin. He's more relentless than me when he wants something done. I'm proud of you, bro. And I know your boy is smiling down from heaven on you. I know every day is not easy. But like I said, guys on YouTube, put the ego aside and look at Chris Morrison right here, especially the dads. This is what a true man is. This is what a father figure is. I'm proud of you, brother. I know it's not easy, but I want you to know I am fucking proud of you.
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome, bro. I'm going to open it up to our Zoom room. So if anybody wants to pour into Chris here, go ahead, Deb.
Ooh, Mr. Morrison. Hey, baby.
Hello. How are you doing, love?
I'm doing good. Thank you. My biggest takeaway, other than you personally have experienced a lot of losses. And I apologize for the F-bomb to everyone. It's just, oof. And Oliver is teaching me. And Oliver's brother. And I'm so sorry, I don't remember your other son's name.
Asher.
Asher. Just sending Asher, you, everyone, Mom, just sending you all so much love. And we are here for you. Always.
Thank you, Deb. Go ahead, Tish.
Earlier, we talked about children and how they act upon or react to grief. And how you have chosen not just love, but the loud, passionate, fierce love. You are definitely an angel unaware, and you are showing Asher that in spite of the pain, in spite of the anger, in spite of things being unfair, you still show love and you are still there. You, my man, are such an example and setting such an example for Asher and for anyone, all of us, anyone that comes in contact with you. God bless you. And you know, because we've DM'd privately, you just let me know how I can help, and I've got a spot for your son's rock. And if you guys have not seen just the wow, what an amazing tribute to your son to have etchings on a rock that signified and applauded him. And in all your grief and in all of that, you still chose love. You still chose love. And God bless you. You are a shining example of a servant of God. And I am so proud to be able to chat with you and to hear you and to be in your presence. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Tish. And I'll get that rock to you. It's been a heavy couple of weeks, so but thank you.
That's I knew that I would get it one day, and that's okay. God bless you.
Oh, Chris, try not to be emotional because you just pulled all the right strings there. First, let me just say, I am surrounded by a lot of amazing, stellar men, right? Grr, men, no feelings, right? Wrestle alligators, men, okay? None of them ever in my life have shared or showed as much courage and the level of courage that you just showed by sharing that. I am so grateful for you as well, because as a mother of sons that is surrounded by great men, grr, wrestling alligators men, I often worry about my sons not breaking that cycle and not handling their emotions. And you just gave me security, because I know there are men like you out there that have the courage to break that cycle and to share and be honest and truthful and tell the way they feel, no matter how painful that is for you. And I appreciate what you just did. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Austin.
Chris,
Brother.
I love every single time you come to the summit. And I know that your son would be damn proud of you for the way that you are grieving his loss. And it shows, just by how you're reacting to different situations, that you're going through. And just thank you so much for sharing, again. And I don't know where I'm going with this. All my thoughts are crazy, but yeah, just thank you, again, for, yeah, showing up for dads that need to hear this, showing up for men that need to hear this, showing up, even for the women on here, just that there are guys like you, and to handle pain, grief, emotions, the way that you do. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Austin.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, man.
Thank you, Austin. You know, you had a major influence on a lot of people's lives, Chris. You not only us here in the Zoom room, I know you had an influence on Austin and also on Joe last year in Nashville. It's a gift that you have. Us guys, we could have gone either way in a situation that you have been through. And yeah, Oliver is extremely proud of you, and just keep doing what you're doing. And I've told you, I'm serious, I don't sleep much. And anybody here in Zoomland has my number. And again, the number is 303-250-8969. I know a lot of you us here have significant others. But if there is a time that the grief becomes overwhelming and you want to talk to a brother, a friend, reach out to me. This guy doesn't sleep. Half the time my Border Collie Australian Shepherd is taking up half the bed and she's kicking me in the back. So reach out. And Chris, seriously, man, you can call me anytime.
Appreciate it, man.
Always, bro. Everybody, well, we're at it.
Love you guys.
Love you too, bro. We have wrapped up day one of our 7th summit. We kicked it off this morning with Amber Furman. I still don't know if I'm saying her last name right, but nobody ever corrects me. And I'm going to just run with it. I mean, I called Melissa Marks Alyssa Markles, so who knows? I still love calling Ashley Burkeen with her last name, and I'm going to introduce her that way as we close this out tomorrow. I just have really funny ways on introducing people, and I love it. But what a incredible, powerful, insanely impactful day today was. Fear of regret. As we have listened throughout the entire day, the only way that we're going to ever be able to move on from the fear of regret is to leave it in the past and to carry the legacy of our loved ones forward with us. That's what Journey Forward with Every Step is all about. Every step that we take out of base camp and pushing up the mountain is the legacy within our hearts. We live our legacy in the now. We live it with legacy in motion. And there are going to be times that we're going to get stuck. But that's why the Mountain Summit Virtual is here, so that when one of us gets stuck, there are going to be other fellow family members within NBM that's going to come alongside you and help you get unstuck. Because my intention when I created New Beginnings Motivation, which is crazy, 8 years ago, and this whole movement of the Mountain Summit Virtual was to never allow anyone to feel like they're unheard. To ever allow anyone to never feel like they're having to have to be by themselves and navigate the losses on their own. I will reach out to everybody in this group, in this family, if I don't hear from them. And I think I've said that once or twice. But that's how serious I am about this. When I was navigating my loss, my ex-wife left after 4 years after his passing, when she promised me she would never go anywhere. I had friends that always said that they would still be a part of my life. The only friend / brother that has stuck with me and stuck to that commitment is the man that's here today. 19 years. Austin. And you don't want to know what the crazy thing is? 19 years ago today, at this time, Austin saved my life. This is the date that I try to end it all. We've heard a lot about self-harm throughout the day today. That was the moment what I never realized when I thought NBM started 8 years ago. It actually started 19 years ago, even though I had no idea that it was being built when Austin saved my life. That was the moment when I knew if I could survive that and have a friend that turned into my BFF, my bestie, becoming my business partner, and where we have built the Mountain Summit Virtual to where it is today, if it wasn't for his determination, we wouldn't be here today. So I want to give Austin a public announcement as a thank you, because I do this every year. I've been doing this for 19 years, but I've never done it at this level. Austin, thank you for sticking with me through that night and making sure that I'm still around today. Love you, bro, and I appreciate you. So I want to encourage everybody out there, if you know somebody that's hurting and you have any inclination, reach out to them. Tell them that you love them, because part of the mission of MBM is to end self-harm and bullying, and to be there for those who don't feel heard. Go ahead, Chris.
No, a lot of people say right now, I just ran into two people, like, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry I haven't called you, I haven't texted you, because I don't know what to say. And what I've learned over these last 82 days, obviously there's nothing to fix. There's nothing to be done. And we all want that. So the best thing that we can do for people that we know that we're going through is, I'm thinking about you, right? We're not trying to fix anything in that statement. We're not trying to, because we all get worried about, like, how are you doing, right? Like, nobody wants to send that text to somebody that is going through this shit. And so, thinking about you, is there anything that I can do for you today? Right? Those two messages are both helpful, because it comes across as like, wow, that's really great that somebody just reached out to me today, and doesn't have that charge of taking them back into what it is that they're struggling with.
Thank you for sharing that, Chris. And I really love that. And Austin, you know how much you mean to me, brother. You're always going to be my adopted younger, taller brother. And you know how much your family means to me. And I just wanted to make that a public announcement. Kristen, go ahead. You're muted.
Can y'all hear me now?
What?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hallelujah. I'm so thankful for what you said. Yeah, I've always said that to people, being a chronic survivor of chronic health and still, battling it every single day. When people ask the questions like, how are you today? Are you okay? But like, they know we're not. And then we feel like the need to like almost lie to cover up and like put on a mask. We don't mean to, but it's just like easier than just being like, no. And like, because then they don't know what to say. It's so awkward. So thank you for like bringing attention to that. That part.
Keep your hands on the steering wheel. You made me nervous there. But thank you, Kristen. Love you, sis. As we wrap up today, let's remember to continue to keep pushing up the mountain. Let's leave regret in the depths of the snow. And let's keep our loved ones and our hearts. Because that's where the legacy gets created. That's where the legacy is in motion. And tomorrow, we're going to kick this thing off. I don't know how we can make it even stronger, but we're going to make this thing even stronger tomorrow. Because tomorrow morning, we're kicking off with Shiloh Webb, and then we're ending it with Ashley Burking. And if you all know Ashley Burking, she is a powerhouse 5'4" ninja with chickens. So everybody from YouTube, thank you for tuning in. If you're not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please subscribe to it. Everybody on Facebook, thank you for checking in with us today. It's amazing being with you. Sorry for all the technical difficulties. I'll work on that tonight. And remember, the time is now to rise. Let's ignite that spark and let's not give up. So everybody in Zoomland, stick with me. We love you all. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning at 6:45 MST.